final part. This is it. This is the end. I repaired that printer yesterday, and I meant to give them a bunch of parts that I used to test the printer. And, oh well, I'll send them with Ange on Monday. Oh no, Monday's a holiday, isn't it? On Tuesday, then. Alright, I'm just getting a couple things going here, and then we'll get into the print job. I can close that. Alright. I guess first things first, I want to fix up the cameras. So, this camera's kind of rotated. I printed a new end stop while I was testing the printer. So, that's full power. That's good. I'm going to need that. So, let's check the camera out, see if I can get that a little bit less angled. Wrong way. It's fine. It's just fine. We'll plug this camera in and get it turned on so that we can have the overhead. Whoa, bing, bang, boom. Bang, bang. And we shut some lights for here. There we go. And I will pull this part off so that we can print a new part. Nice. So yeah, that's a Z stop. It'll attach onto can't really show you. Onto some 2040. And then the actual Z, the little switch goes right on there. Woohoo. Alright, that's a duplicate part, but it goes in the part bin anyway. It's a gray version of a part that we printed in color. We wanted a gray version of it. We want a gray version of everything eventually, but I'm going to do, whenever I have a problem and I need to do repairs or whatever, I'll do one of the small parts in gray and see if I can eventually get those all made up. Because I do want it to be all one color, but I don't see the waste of reprinting everything. It's a bit much. And I haven't got my plastic recycling yet. How wide is this? Let's take a look at the part. That'll fit on the tape. It is a little bit this way. I'm still going to put down some extra green tape on the edges because I don't trust it, and I'm not putting PETG on a glass bed. So yeah, I'm going to throw some green tape on the bed. Give myself a little extra coverage. Oh, that's the wrong seed. There we go. And I'm using the green because I don't need to use the big, thick white stuff. It's not that big. It'll never reach that far, so there's no point. And it's aesthetic, I think. It's like racing stripes. You got the white stripe down the middle and then the green stripes on either side. I don't even need to go to the edge of the bed, really. I'm not being worried about much overlap. I say much overlap because that's too much overlap. I want it to overlap a bit. I definitely don't want a gap there. Last thing I want is a little gap where a little PTG sneaks through. Takes a little chunk out of my bed. No, thank you. This glass bed is one of my favorite things. I do not want it to get destroyed. I will have to replace it because I've been spoiled by it. just a little bit. Good enough. Oh. We should have the other camera up by now. Let's see if that's... Nope. Yep, that's live. Perfect. This is that burnt PTFE tube. I gotta remember that I had in my heat break. That was 2 breaks ago. That was 2 times the printer broke ago that was the problem. All right, so let's head back to the part. Because the printer is backwards, this is the front of the printer right there with the origin right in the front left corner. I have my printer spun backwards, so it's going to print that way. I think that's the direction we want to watch it from. I think that's going to be the most interesting perspective. And the reason I have my printer backwards is, if you see the wall back there, it's actually quite close. And if I turn it the other way around, this part right here, with all the tape on it in the lower right there, the connection, I have that like reinforced and taped up like crazy, because that is a superior weak point for cables just snapping themselves from like bending back and forth. So I have like a loop of wire hanging down, and then where it connects to the bed, I have it like just no movement is allowed, because that's a fire hazard. I legitimately had that connector almost catch on fire one time before on a different printer. I will say on a different printer, and I modified the G code on that, or not the G code, the firmware on that printer in order to stop that from happening again. But yeah, it was a scary time. That was definitely almost a fire. So I'm pretty sure our settings on the part itself are good. 3 walls, 6 top and bottom. I chose, 5. 5's fine. I chose a little less top and bottom layers, because if I don't, Wolf will tell me that he uses less top and bottom layers. So, hi Wolf. Wait, whoa, what the? Oh, something. How? Oh, I moved it forward. That's why. I did that. I didn't move all the parts together. Okay, slice it. There we are. I don't want support in those holes, so that's what those 2 pillars are for. This pillar and this pillar are saying, don't build support here. And that's why there's no support in those holes. If they're not there, we get that little bastard that I gotta try and plug out. Yeah. We don't need it. We do not need it. Alright, save to disk. In the G code PETG, we already have a Y motor mount in here, but I'm going to give it a new name so that try to. All right, we'll open the folder. I don't know what page I'm on this. Good. Oh, we're not connected to the printer at the moment. All right, those are my PETG parts. Try 2 motor mount. You can see the old motor mount is in red because I've never successfully printed that one. The reason I redid the G code is because I wanted to change the angle. I wanted to be able to see the front of the part. All right, let's turn on the printer and reconnect it. Could actually set the ring light up as a ring light. get a little closer to the lens, I think, but there we go. Now we'll have a perfect portrait of the. It could be vlogging. I have the ring light actually working as a ring light. I don't know if I like it. It's gonna get nudged, and the light is going to go in front of the camera. I know it. I know for sure that is going to. I'm gonna move the ring light because I know that will for sure happen if I do this. Okay. Ring light. I moved it up. It's fine. We should be able to connect. There it is. And let's print. What is it showing? Oh, I downloaded it. Print. Print. Accept that. That's the time lapse letting us know, like, this is where I think I should take a picture. And I'm like, all right, fine. Go ahead. That looks like a good enough spot to me. Well, all right, so our blue line is going to come up. And then once our blue line comes up, our red line comes up. Happy day. I need to look into buying a replacement heat block. So, yeah, I guess if people who left off last time, I destroyed a heat block. All I did was install a new heat block, and that was it. Different nozzle, because I feel like the nozzle was a slightly smaller diameter, and because of that, the threads obviously weren't as deep on that nozzle, and I think that's what shredded this, is a slightly smaller diameter nozzle, which probably came from some cheap supplier somewhere. They're definitely cheap 3D printer parts. I don't know if I want to blame the heater block. I think I blame that nozzle. That nozzle, it looked like it was made with the minimal amount of material possible. That's my phone. I'm going to answer it. I'll be right back. Woohoo. It was the wife. It was a good night phone call. She's heading to bed. She's up at her parents' cottage. I'm looking at this heater block, just like, number one, this space gray is a really cool color, and I can't entirely tell which parts of this heater block are mushy plastic that leaked onto it and which are actual metal, because this material looks very metallic. It's very cool. what I was talking about before is, yeah. So I think a combination of a cheap nozzle, me maybe not, like I could have avoided it if I had threaded less of the heat break into the to the block and more of the nozzle, I think. But I was trying to have the nozzle sticking out a bit so that I knew for sure it was butted up against the heat break. So I don't know. I blame the nozzle. It was a cheap nozzle. Cheap nozzle, bad threads, and I over tightened it, and the threads just literally sliced the aluminum, which aluminum's a soft metal, so yeah, bummer. I wonder, can you get copper heat blocks? Hold on, I'm gonna look online. Copper heat blocks. I mean, it would take maybe a little bit longer than aluminum to heat up, but maybe not. Or brass, I should say. Why wasn't it used originally? At first result, copper is getting more and more popular as a heat block material. The fuck isn't it the most popular heat block material? I they're both ridiculously expensive metals. Like aluminum and copper are both expensive. Like, why are we using aluminum? Quickly loses its thermal properties, which I so it's just. But you couldn't you just you could just plate it internally? The properties would be good, and whatever you plate it with would be. I'm reading some detailed stuff on it. Maybe this will have the answer for me. Wow. We can recrystallize our brass nozzles around 270 degrees Celsius. I have no idea what that means, but that's cool. I think it's bad. I think we don't want to do that, but still,
But you do.
maybe.
We got done playing Dying Light for the night.
Nice.
It was dying the light at night.
I wouldn't want steel. I mean, you could use a steel heater block. You're just you want to probably wait a while. Oh well, no, the thermistor's on the steel block itself. You're fine. You could use anything you want as a heater block. I was like, why would you want to use steel? Like it, but once it's hot, it's hot. Like it doesn't need good thermal conductivity at that point, does it? As long as it can, maybe it. Well, it seems steel is used, so maybe to make up for it, you have a slightly more powerful heater cartridge. Interesting. So copper is more expensive than aluminum. That's one of the reasons. It does some weird shit when it alloys, which it could do. Uh yeah. Honestly, it seems like brass is the way to go. It's more expensive than aluminum, but I think it's harder. Not like copper's super soft, aluminum's super soft. Brass I think is a little harder.
Isn't brass like more heat conductive as well?
Not than aluminum or copper.
Huh. Because I thought that since like blowtorch nozzles usually are brass instead of copper or aluminum.
Okay. Well, that's probably just because the melting temperature of brass is probably higher than both copper and aluminum. Metal alloys are weird. Sometimes you can alloy two metals and the melting temperature becomes less than that of the two metals that you alloyed to make it that new metal. Sometimes the opposite happens and the melting temperature becomes higher than either of the two metals used to make the alloy. And you're just like, there's got to be some fucking chemistry going on here that I don't understand. Metallurgy is wild. Like with solders, we generally try to alloy metals to reduce their melting temperatures, right? But with like for building stuff, you want to increase the melting temperatures. Not to the point where you have problems working with it, but oftentimes you can add additives that make something easier to melt at the time, but those additives can be, burned out in the process or whatever. Yeah, reading this, I tend to think that a brass heat block would be the best kind of option, but I don't know if the reason we don't do that is because we use brass nozzles and if
And
maybe
also,
they'd weld to each other in some way. So if you screw brass into brass, uh, we might end up with certain levels of stiction and stuff like that, especially with the
yeah.
heat. The heat, multiple heat cycles, the heat, the cooling, the heat, the cooling, the heat, the cooling, the heat, the cooling. We may just end up merging the nozzle to the heat block, which would be bad. I guess
Maybe,
brass and aluminum don't alloy well together. That's good.
yeah, if you have something that doesn't like mix well, you could easily just use that instead.
The only reason I can think that we don't use brass heat blocks is that we use brass nozzles, but even still, we could
Brass on brass is
we can use steel nozzles. We can use like hardened steel nozzles are very popular if you're printing with like any sort of infill material. If you're using carbon fiber infill is like particularly like you're gonna want a hardened nozzle.
why not do stainless steel nozzles?
They do.
Then you don't have to like really worry about it all sticking and stuff like that. Maybe.
It still will.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some candy.
They actually even have a ruby nozzles where the actual tip is like a drilled out rock. It's pretty cool. We have to be. Why are we not printing yet, printer? We're the bed is hot, the nozzle, so the bed's just hitting temperature now. I guess it is a little chilly in the room. That does kind of make sense. I could turn on the heater, but then I'm going to be hot. I don't want to be hot. There we go. Shouldn't be long now. The nozzle's coming to temperature. So yeah, since the last big leak problem that we had, I have done a test print. It went well. Hopefully this will go well too. It's funny. I printed like well, just for this project, we printed 38 parts. And then we just tried this one part just keeps failing. 38 parts with like one sort of failure and then one complete failure. That one sort of I'm just using that part. I know the print didn't technically finish. The part's good enough. The important parts of the part are there. I'll reprint it later when we have time. It's the Z motor mounts, I believe. But this Y motor mount is a problem. Almost there.
And yeah, I need to look at heater blocks. Because I am out. If I break one, I have to steal it from another printer. That is my last heater block. I have cartridges. I have all kinds of other stuff. I just need the block. Ooh, these are fancy blocks. I want that one. Also, I just fucking Bing searched it. What? Amazon, please. Daddy Bezos. I need a heater block. Not Prime Video. What are you doing? 3D printer heater block. Oh, that is a cool looking heater block. V6 heater block. That'll work for me. I mean, I don't have a V6, but honestly, looking at the heater block, it's compatible. First layers. Did I line it up well enough, or did I need the green? It looks like I lined it up well enough. Yeah, the green was unnecessary, but that's all right. All right, so this time, if I notice any leakage, we're stopping it. I would like to grab that. Don't need that gooping into something else and causing problems. Yeah, any leakage, we stop everything, and we'll start over again later. Hey, look at this! This looks like somebody is selling brass heater blocks. That's cool. Metal heat block for Ender 3. Hey, I have an Ender 3. Is that what the heater block looks on it? Nah, that can't be what the heater block looks like on the Ender 3. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, it's just a normal... What's with the extra 2 holes, though? I now want to pull the heater block on my Ender 3 and take a look at it. Because, I mean, there's the grub screw hole. There's the threaded hole for the nozzle and heat break. There's a hole for the... Weird. What are these 2 extra holes for? So that's like the grub screw hole. That's the threaded hole for... What are these 2 side holes for? What are those for? Uh-oh. Can't be colliding already. It's 5. Work printer. I've had to do a lot of work on you in the last few days. Import fees. Forget that. So it's 20 bucks for those. I could use that on my other printers, and it would also work on my Ender. But what I want is something like this one. This is what like the volcanoes and basically the E3Ds use, like this. And there's no chance your heater cartridge coming out. It's not a stupid little grub screw that keeps your heater cartridge in. The whole thing clamps around it. $10. I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. They have good enough ratings. 33 people.
Popke says, did you turn down the bed heat?
No! Forgot again. It's fine. That was just to save a bit of money, really. And a nozzle cleaner. Oh, I can see what the two sidebars are for. It looks like alignment. It looks like an alignment thing. Oh, interesting. No, that's to fix it. Interesting. I need to pull apart the head of my 3D of my Ender. If this is what the head in there looks like, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Show it there. I really wish Amazon would not put quite so much garbage on screen. But oh well. It looks good. It looks cool. And I think that type of heat block is probably also compatible with standard heat blocks too. Is it threaded on both sides or not on one side? Let me see inside. Like it looks like from the pictures, it looks like the entire thing is threaded on the inside. So I would think that those would be compatible with really any 3D printer. What's annoying about that is if you wanted to use a normal like aluminum heat block on your Ender, you'd have to drill these two holes out in order to affix it properly. That's kind of annoying. Okay, so the heat break is threaded at one end that goes into there, and it's smooth bore on the other end that goes up into the heat sink. That's a full kit right there. I see you just buy like a full-on, fully assembled head, basically. You just basically put it on the carriage and ready to go. Interesting. Yeah, that's something I really haven't messed around with yet is like a all metal hot end. Maybe it's time. I guess technically according to this, the Ender 3 Pro has an all metal hot end. They hid it underneath all this plastic for some reason, so you can't actually see it, but supposedly under there's an all metal hot end. So I've been using one.
That's hot.
The Ender is a good printer. I always want to say crass things like I should steal that hot end and put it on one of my better printers. But the Ender's a good printer. It's good enough. It deserves its hot end. Honestly, that Ender would be the perfect printer if it didn't use the weird little whales. If it had linear rails, or if it had even just linear bearings and rods, I'd be so much happier. I hate those little wheels. Love the concept. Very cool concept. Why have linear rails or linear bearings with rods when we already have a perfectly structural straight line right here that we can travel on? Let's put some wheels and boom. Conceptually great idea. In practice, those wheels are so bindy and so fidgety. You gotta F around with them like crazy to get them into the perfect right position so that your printer isn't like binding up. Which, I mean, it's possible, but it takes longer than like leveling a bed, and everybody seems to hate leveling beds for some reason.
That's crazy.
Is it what?
People don't like leveling beds. Too much work for them.
Yep.
I'd rather,
I don't think bed
have a
leveling
self-leveling
is that
bed.
bad.
It isn't. You have a what bed? I think I missed a fucking.
The self-leveling bed?
They suck. I would rather level my own damn bed than. So yesterday we were dealing with the Ender 3 Max, and it had a CR Touch on it, and it's working. The CR Touch was working, but the problem, and the reason the printer got dropped off at my house was because the mesh bed leveling would go, and then the nozzle would just dive into the bed.
The nozzle.
The nozzle.
That's
the probe
didn't have to stop at the end, right?
Well, one of the reasons. The probe would retract. That's a whole other thing I freak out about. The probe would retract, and then the nozzle would just dive into the bed. And it turns out that the Z offset between the probe and the nozzle was incorrect. And I never have to worry about that because I don't have a probe that can have an offset height to my nozzle. I just level my nozzle to my bed and I'm good to go. I don't have to go and try and figure out the offset between. In order to do this offset thing, I had to probe my bed, or probe the bed. This wasn't my printer. I had to probe the bed, and then the nozzle would move up as a safety precaution. So then I'd have to move it back down all the way to the bed, and then I'd have to take a piece of paper and level the bed like I would have had to do if I was just leveling the bed. I had to record that number, so I'm not done. Where if I was just leveling the bed, I would have already been done because I already took the piece of paper and leveled the bed. And then I have to record the number where I moved the nozzle to, and then go in back through the system and set that as the Z offset. I don't know if anybody else noticed in that entire process, part of the process was leveling the bed the old-fashioned way. What the fuck? The fuck's the point? And the probe is probably about 25 millimeters away from the nozzle, which means if the bed is tilted, so the left side of the bed is high and the right side of the bed is low, the probe thinks it's further away than the nozzle. So unless the bed's flat, it won't work anyways. The probe is too far away from the nozzle to be actually getting the correct depth at the nozzle. The nozzle is much closer to the bed because the nozzle is way over on the left. It's I didn't like it. I don't like it. Just level your bed. Like, it's not hard. It takes 5 minutes. You take a piece of paper, boop, 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 done. It's like, you know, when you has everyone changed a tire? It's like putting a tire on a car. You just go corner to corner, opposite to opposite. You know what I mean? Moving your way around until everything is equally taut. Not hard. And once you know how to do that, you never have and then you never have to deliver your printer to somebody's house and be like, "Hey, can you fix my printer?" Which is a fairly basic problem, but just buried under, 10 layers of automation.
Popke says changing tires is a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I can whip a tire change in not too long.
Popke says, oh, you meant whole tires.
Yeah, not putting rubber on rims. No. Although if you have one of those machines, it's pretty cool. You ever seen one of those machines run? It just literally, I guess depending on which way you run it, it'll just pop the tire onto the rim or just peel the tire right off the rim. It's beautiful. But no, but just like,
Popke says, I was thinking rims did that with the lever. That was horrible.
oh god, putting a tire on a rim by hand. You have to like slowly work yourself around. It's better with 2 levers too, because then you can kind of like block off one area and keep moving. But no. There's a machine they sell for that pop key. I don't know. I've never had one, but like they sell them obviously for auto shops, and it just runs this crazy wedge around the rim and just sticks the tire right in there. It's beautiful. My cousin, he owned a shop. He had one, and just the most beautiful thing you ever saw. If you've ever struggled to get a tire on a rim, fucking oof. Watching that machine, you're just like, that's amazing. Tractor tires. The only tires I think I've recently.
Popke says it was that but manual and looked like it was from the Cold War.
Nice. So you just cranked a machine. That's fun. Sometimes those feel like they're even more work because they're geared in such a way. Like if it's a spin wheel, you gotta like spin that thing 1,000 times for it to move. But it makes sense because it's gearing, right? But I love old machinery. I love how like crazy olden days they'd like hook up a belt. So they'd take a tire wheel off and then they'd put a hub on the tractor. Or sorry, they take a tractor wheel off and put a hub on the tractor that would allow them to hook a belt up. And then they could power machinery with that belt. It's fucking wild. Nowadays we can just like there's a power fucking like we can connect directly to the power train out the back. There's a little universal, what do you call it, joint that we can hook onto.
Some of those.
Yeah. It's cool.
Popke says go shaft.
Yeah, the new ones. Is that what it's called? PTO? Is that powertrain something shaft?
Yeah.
PTO shaft is a what is it? Tell me what it means. Powertrain something, right? PTO shaft.
Popke says no idea what it stands for. It's what we use on our tractor.
Power takeoff. It isn't even powertrain. It's power takeoff. Okay. That makes sense. You're literally taking power off of the main, like, powertrain. So yeah, nowadays we use a PTO or a power takeoff. Back in the days, they would literally just hook a belt up to the tractor like wheel. Let's see if I can find a picture of this. Belt, not BLT.
Popke says places still use those.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I found a cool picture of one of the wheels, but maybe belt power? Well, that one's neat, but the belt goes to a different part of the tractor. I want to see one of the ones where they like pop one of the wheels off and use that.
Popke says the tractor BLT is the like a sub sandwich variant.
You're right, I don't know. I don't know what to search to like get an example of this. I legitimately don't know what to search to get this. I don't know what the actual method is called. It's wild to see. Dangerous too, yeah. You get caught in that belt, you get sucked right in. Just a giant belt span between a tractor and something else. I'm really surprised I can't find a picture of it. I did better with belt wheel. Okay, it's a belt power takeoff. It was still called a power takeoff before. It's just showing me all the wheels, but not the belts on them. Oh, cool. Yeah. So I saw, as much as I can't find a picture of the actual process and everything, they have them on the backs of tractors too.
Popke says I'm finding the implements, but not the belt attached, lol.
Yeah, me too. But look at this one, Popkey. So this one, instead of here, hold on. Well, this, I don't know if this will work. Copy. Fuck, I just show my screen, right? It's fine. Yeah. So this one, they've made one so that you can use the belt system without like replacing the wheel. It just comes off the back of the transmission like normal, or whatever that is, gearbox as like normal. Where you normally have like a modern PTO like shaft, it's got the old school belt PTO. That's neat. There's another one too. Where was it? Well, there's one there. Not attached, but here we go. This green one. That's cool. That's way better. Now you don't even have to change your wheel off. You just throw the belt on.
That's weird.
That's cool. Like, what happens if you do have the old belt system for your like stuff? And I mean, realistically, if you look at it, like you can swap that over to a standard PTO, like a modern PTO, no issue. Like, look, boom, that just fucking slots right in right there and bolts on. Done. You just take those 4 bolts on, and then slot on a standard like PTO. Boom, you're done. It's honestly that's how the power train inside your car works too. It just slides in. That's cool. Just pop a wheel PTO on there. Look at them though; they're like all messy shape because they've all been used on farms. That's cool. Very cool. It's real neat to see that though when you see the tractor like up on blocks, one of the wheels missing with like a hub on the side of it like that, just a round hub. Like that one's probably not a wheel. There's only 4 like this here. As a PTO pulley, but I don't know that it hooked onto the wheel because it should have one more lug nut if it's a wheel, I think. Maybe there are some 4 lug tractors out there. I think most tractors have 5 lugs, right? I don't know. That's cool to me though. Just you need a pulley, just oh that one's neat. Just whack off the wheel and now you have a pulley.
Pop, he says I would think there would be 5 plus a lot of torque on those wheels.
That's a good question. Tractor wheels. But yeah, 5 sounds about right. Because as much as you want good, but you also pop in like you got a tractor, you're changing the wheels on that probably more often than you would in a lot of cars. So you'd want a nice combination of enough but not too many, you know? Holy shit. Seems like quite a variety of hub styles for tractors, honestly. From what looked like maybe too few holes to way too many holes. Seems like 8 is a pretty common number. Six. Can't even tell with that hub. That's a crazy hub. 8. 8. A lot of 8s. That one's 10. Of course, that's a trailer for dumping. Like, yeah, that's a lot of weight on that trailer. 8. Yeah, it seems like the majority is 8. But every once in a while, you come up on something that's a little crazier, and it's like 10. Holy fuck, what is this? Dual axle with giant tire. I wonder what's on there. I'm just looking at pictures of tires now. Big tractor tires. Just looking through big tractor tires. How to spend my Sunday night. Yeah, oh, that one's got some deep treads on it. Look at these deep
Pop
treads.
says dual axle tires are crazy.
Dual axle tractor tires are nuts. You mostly see them on like combines. There's another tenner. Lots of tractor tires. Oh, that's cool. Tractor. Well, that one, that's neat. What is with the spokes on this? Why are they like that? Like, the outer ring can't expand, so...
Dual axle ones, they just look silly.
Well, basically, Combine often have that, right? That's where I usually see that. The dually front backs is on Combine harvesters. The dually's on the front, but not on the back. How do you like that?
Pop, he says combines have smaller rear wheels.
That looks even more goofy. I feel like I've seen a combine or two before that have even front and back, but yeah, it seems like the John Deere's especially have that small ass back wheel, eh? That one's got fucking tracks for the front. That's cool. You're just driving around your tank combine harvester? Cool.
Pop, he says that's a European one.
I'm down. Combines are crazy. You ever see one coming at you? I don't care how far away it is, it's scary. It could be on the other side of the field, and you're just like, I don't like the fact that that thing's aimed at me. Like, I have plenty of time to get out of the way, but still.
Pop, he says doesn't bother me. I live next to a field lol.
Oh, the reason it bothers me is because I grew up on a farm. Weird. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I do have, like, I can operate around them, obviously. It's not like I have a deathly fear of combine harvesters. I have a healthy respect for combine harvesters, is what I actually have. Because those things will kill you. A lot of farm equipment will kill you. You know, you easily get, like, the belt system I was talking about earlier. You easily get your arm ripped off. I mean, maybe not a grown adult, but I was a kid playing around this equipment.
I'm trying to remember the.
I was a child.
It was like a video where this farmer guy, you know, he's packing the hay up into bales, and as he's packing, he decides to get out of his
Pop, he
thing
says
while it's on like
faster to
auto
name
mode,
farm equipment that will
gets
kill
buck
you.
naked, hops into the hay baler thing, gets himself like bunched up into like a hay bale, and he like poops him out, and he like gets up and just starts running away.
What?
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious and scary. I would love to see that video. He bails himself? Like, I mean, certain balers, you could easily survive going through them. I wouldn't want to, because you could still get, like, nicked, and you're still going through a machine, you know?
I found the video. I'll put it in random shit.
Yeah. The guy just goes through a baler. Fucking ridiculous. No, yeah. Oh, he's just taking his pants off. His tractor's slowly slowing down. He tries to put his pants into the baler before him, but they don't make it. He climbs up in. He jumps in. No fucking way. He's not in that hay bale, is he? His legs are sticking out of it. There's a human being in that hay bale. Is this video real?
Yeah. $11 years ago.
That's too perfect. The way his head and feet and arms and legs are sticking out of that hay bale. One of two things. Either it's fake and it's a joke, or that guy just knows exactly how his baler works and managed to position his body in such a way that he knew the arms and legs and head were going to come out like those spots. That looks so real. I think it might
Probably
be
is.
real. It's not like that part of the machine does any cutting or anything. It just bales up the hay and spits it out.
At least it's not one of the plastic ones that wraps him in plastic.
That thing twined him. There's twine wrapped around him, but it's wrapped around his shoulders and his waist and towards his thighs is where the twine would be wrapped in 3 spots.
Yeah.
So he's been wrapped in twine. Like, that's scary. But the bale is bale shaped. I mean, that's I can throw it's a YouTube. I can throw it in chat so that you guys can watch it and make your own decision on whether you. It seems real.
There are balers that like wrap everything up in plastic too.
Yeah. I think one of those big circle balers, you know, the Weetabix balers.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that would crush a human. Maybe not, though. You'd be stuck in there, though. You wouldn't be getting out and wouldn't be able to run around. Those things are huge. That's just a wild video from beginning to end. Dude jumps out of his moving tractor. He is the driver of the tractor. Runs to the back while stripping off, jumps into the fucking machine. Like, this is a solo endeavor, except for the person on the camera laughing at them. There is nobody else. This person could just do that on their own, and probably has. That's nuts. I like that video.
Good thing I remembered it.
Holy shit. I am way more afraid of farm equipment than that guy is. My brother once got ran over by our tractor. It didn't have anything on it, so we were good. Like, it's not like he got like a fucking trailer too or anything else. Like, the tractor was basically in its default configuration. It didn't have a backhoe on it. It didn't have a front loader on it. It was just the tractor. And it was a muddy field, and it rolled right over his chest with the big back wheels. And he was perfectly fine. My dad is freaking out because he had just run over my brother, but my brother was perfectly fine. He had to have cracked a rib or two. Like, but he says no, and like there was no pain, he said.
Oh, human ribs are like one of the strongest.
Yeah.
He says, gotta imagine that was hurt.
He said it didn't. Now, there was a brother-sized divot in the ground where the tractor had driven over him. Like, it was a muddy field. I think that's what saved him. Just the fact that the field was just so fucking soft that it just pushed him in rather than crushed him. But yeah. My brother got ran over by a tractor. My dad was driving it. Yeah, and the fact that the tractor was in its lightest configuration it could be in. There's and that tractor was old school, so when it was stripped down, like it was stripped down. You basically were sitting on a pole when you were driving this thing. There was a metal seat on the end of the said pole, but it was like a tiny discus. Like the seat on this tractor was like a stool. You know what I mean? That tractor, I don't even know what year that tractor would have been from. But I'm sure it was the early 1900s sometime. That was a great tractor. It had a crank too. Like it had a battery and a starter, but if you looked at it, you could tell that the starter was added after the fact, and it had a crank to start it. So if the battery on it was dead, we would have to crank it and then drive it back and go charge the battery because it didn't have an alternator. So it couldn't charge its own battery. The battery on it died, you just had to charge it.
Like 600 pounds, 150 pounds isn't too bad.
That was probably still more than 600 pounds, but the distribution, because it was the big tire that went over him, I bet just the distributions, because it's pounds per square inch, right? So the more surface area that's touching you, the more the pressure is distributed. So I think if it hadn't been muddy and it hadn't been the big fucking tire, because like those tires are huge, that had rolled over him, I think he would have been really hurt. Because as much as I say it was an old tractor, and when you took off like the backhoe and the front loader, it was pretty small and like it was still all fucking solid steel, right? It was still an ancient tractor, which means none of it was made out of fiberglass. It was a pretty crazy tractor. I remember when we moved, we used it to move. We loaded a trailer up, and instead of, renting a proper moving truck or, getting at least a regular, like big rig style tractor to pull this trailer, we used a normal tractor. Don't ask me why we did that.
Tractor and it is 1,200 pounds, I think, but it has a cab.
Yeah, this thing definitely didn't have a cab. It was one of our larger tractors, but it was our least nice tractor. You know what I mean? Like, it was a big beast of a tractor, but it was like our oldest monster. It couldn't have been very, good. Good news is 0 DRM on it, and not like the new John Deere tractors, which are just filled with DRM. Imagine that. Buying a tractor, and it's got DRM. Hey, the camera isn't working. You guys should have reminded me. Should have told me. Been like, hey, Matt, the overhead cam is not working. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Overhead cam's working.
He says not if SCOTUS has anything to say about it.
What's SCOTUS? Is that because I know there are people working on breaking it and working around it, and I know the right to repair community.
Says the Supreme Court.
Oh, nice. Good. Hopefully. Because I know people are fighting it. Because the right to repair community has now extended to fucking farmers. It's not just iPhone owners anymore. Farmers are also joining up with the right to repair community. And honestly, there's crossover. The same people that you can use to fucking jailbreak your phone,
illegal already.
You can use to jailbreak your fucking John Deere tractor. Really? Are people suing John Deere? Because they're doing it. They have DRM in their tractors. Hopefully somebody's fucking going after them for it. Because they've been doing it for years now. I know for sure in US and Canada. Probably in other parts of the world as well. And this just being scumbags and not obeying the rules, because sometimes companies just do that. Alright, heating block.
He says in this you need a reason for the DRM and it's a high bar they haven't even tried to reach.
Surprised somebody hasn't fucking slapped them down then yet. Somebody probably should, especially if it's like explicitly illegal to do so. Like they are doing it, you know? It is happening. You know what? Looking at some of this stuff, I'm thinking for the super printer, I might be able to use just a different hot end. As much as I'd love to use a volcano, some of these other hot ends might work just as well. How big is that? A silicone pad for a heat bed. $21. How large is it?
He says I guess technically not illegal but this law is weird and confusing, it's FTC shit.
$12 volt, 120 watts, 120 by 120. You could do a pretty big bed with that. Oh, look, they have other sizes too. 200 by 200. Oh, neat. A bunch of
He
these.
says BRB.
Why are they all 220 though? I guess for Europe?
Maybe.
One is 12 volts, which I assume is DC. Because I haven't seen an AC 12 volt system in my entire fucking life. And I'm an electronics engineering technologist. So, guessing that one's a DC 12 volt. And then these other ones at 220 must be AC. Because I've never seen a fucking 220 volt DC system in my life. And I'm an electronics engineering technologist.
Oh, that's genius, man. You get rollerblades and you get a dog harness for your dog. And you let the dog run and you just
Roll?
hold on to the harness and have it pull you.
Yeah. Dude, that's like a well-known secret for dog walkers around the world. I think that's even made it into like television movies where like your dog walker shows up in rollerblades. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, ready to take the dogs, and then woof, they're gone, right? I'm very sure I've seen that in like a TV or a movie or something. All right, so that one's 23. That's $10.89 for 6 of them. And they come with their own screws even. Well, that's cool. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and hit the buy now button on this. I feel like it should be fine. Because I was supposed to supposed to spend a bunch of money on groceries, and I ended up not spending it. So I should be fine to order this. I still got groceries. I don't need much. And I bought cheap stuff for myself. So I undercut my grocery budget by a lot of money. I'm just going to go ahead and spend this. Alright, what are they getting here tomorrow? I should have those by tomorrow. Which is good, because at any point if I lose one of these two printers, and the super printer is going to be using these same blocks, so... So far we are looking good. At intermediate points, or I'm going to be checking out this print as it goes. This print has been cursed. Admittedly, we only failed this print once, but that one failure led into a whole situation. Whole new heater block and everything. I'm looking at the old heater block that I pulled off of there. And I just I can't believe it. I can't believe we just unthreaded it. We just ripped the threads out of it. I could try retapping it, but I don't think we're going to get enough of the threads back in order to actually thread anything into it solidly. And with the pressure buildup that happens in there, I wouldn't want the nozzle just popping out and, you know? But yeah. At this point, I have a block of aluminum that's useless to me. I guess I could start a scrap bin. Hey, David.
How do?
All right, I hope. Ask me after this print finishes.
Oh.
Yeah, the tension's fine. There's a bit of tension on the filament, but it's not bad enough to cause a problem. This is the time. We're gonna get it this time, I'm sure. I'm a little nervous about the filament getting stuck on the roller here that I have it on, because it's like jamming. It's like the roller isn't big enough for it. I could put it on a different one. Here, I'll do that. Get this rainbow stuff off of its stand. Put the other stuff on it. Put it on this one. You should be able to see it in the lower camera. Yeah, that's the frame, the spool roller thing I want to put it on. I'm just going to put it just over here.
Popke says I'm back.
Welcome back, Poppy.
I'm putting the spool on a different system because it's getting jammed up on here. There's our spool. Put that hub in there. This hub in here. Cinch that up. Want to have all of that stuff down in there. There. Cut. Stop rolling. There's a good chance it might just decide to unwind itself a bunch.
No.
It's on bearings. So it rolls too easily. I almost like... If you're going to make something on like a center hub like that, don't include the bearings. If the design has bearings, don't include them. You want a bit of friction. You don't want the entire roll, the spool, to unravel on you. A little bit of friction is good. Now, with material like this, it probably won't cause an issue. With my TPU, I almost had an entire roll of TPU unspool itself. Which, fuck me. TPU is basically like, it's like rope or almost like elastic band material when it's on the spool, so it literally just pours off. It's funny. So yeah, that Ender 3 Max was really cool. I disliked how the Z end stop sort of worked. I don't like mesh leveling systems. I don't like when you remove a Z end stop. But otherwise, that printer was really cool. If I had that computer or that printer, I would just disable the CR Touch, the mesh bed leveling. I would just disable it and put a Z stop on there like a normal one, and then that printer would be really good. I mean, I have other issues with it, but it'd still be really good. The other issues is it still uses those damn wheels. I was like, every Creality, I should say, printer uses these wheels. They might have a model or two that don't use the wheels, but I don't like those wheels. I keep saying wheels.
Too damn round.
I don't like them. They're functional enough. They work. They wouldn't be good for the super printer because I think they would wear out. The rubber wheel on the metal frame, I think, would eventually wear down. But for a normal printer that runs at like standard speeds, I'm sure it's fine. And it's like a bed. Once you get it figured out, it's good. Like, I haven't had to fuck with the wheels on my Ender since I originally fucked with them, right? So they're good. Enough. I don't know, I would do it. It's weird, because it's weird. The Ender 3 Max... Oh no, this isn't it? Yeah, the Ender 3 Max is straight up just an Ender 3 Pro, but bigger. That makes sense, considering the naming convention. I never realized this about my Ender 3. It only has one Z-axis motor. That's the lowest amount of Z-axis motors any of my printers have. The rest of my printers have anywhere from 2 to 3 Z-axis motors. Yes, 3. That's the special case, though. It's the delta. Technically, every axis is every motor. Every motor affects all of 3 of the axes.
Huh. I didn't even realize that about my own fucking ender. Shows you how much I use my ender. The 8/8s, I could tear them apart and put them back together with my eyes closed. The ender, I don't even know how many Z motors it has. It's one. It has one.
Well, now you know.
Now I understand why it binds so much with the fucking wheels. Only one side is being lifted, so if the wheels aren't perfect, it's always going to bind. I'm lifting a horizontal bar, but from one side, and keeping it horizontal the entire time. Yeah. Some stress is being involved there. Things... Like, if I'm lifting the left side, the right side has to be perfectly aligned, otherwise it's not going to climb at the same rate, and it's going to bind. Which did happen a lot. I have to say, when I first got the ender, it printed nicely, except it was slipping on, like, every axis. For the X and the Y, I was able to just kind of like tighten the belts up, and that fixed all the slipping on the X and the Y. But for slipping on the Z, I was like, what is going on? And it turns out it's those wheels. If those wheels start binding, you'll start having like Z problems. And you don't want your fucking... You don't want your X carriage binding, which is what you're lifting is your X carriage. So when you're moving your Z up and down, you're moving the entire X carriage on most of these printers. And you don't want that to bind, because, like, on the A8, Devin had it happen on his A8, and he ended up bending his threaded rods, which is not good. It's one of the worst things you can have happen, is, like, bending your rods. I don't even think Devin uses his A8 anymore. He started with, I think it was a Da Vinci, which I don't think he's using that anymore. Then he has the A8, which I don't think he really uses anymore. But he's got a... I think he's got an Ender 3 or an Ender 3 Pro. I'm not sure. One of the two. Which, honestly, works. If you want a printer that you don't have to do that much work to, an Ender 3 is, yeah, it works. I still recommend buying from kit. Or if you really want to take your time and plan it out, find like a rep wrap instructional, and they'll give you a bill of materials of everything you need to buy, and then all the parts that you need to get 3D printed. And you can just build your own 3D printer from scratch. And that is probably the best way to do it, because you'll be intimately knowledgeable about how your printer works because you built it. I cheaped out. I went lazy and I just got kits. So I have a really good idea of how my printers work, but I didn't have to come up with all the theory on my own. It was kind of... The kit had everything I needed. Whereas I think if you're doing a rep wrap, at some point, there's probably numbers for this now, but you should probably be figuring out all your own E-steps and stuff and plugging those numbers in. So doing like calibration prints, measuring them, adjusting like your E-steps to match everything. You should really do this with any 3D printer, honestly. But really with like the Enders and a lot of the ones that come mostly assembled, you don't have to. They come from the factory mostly calibrated. You still probably should. Don't trust it. I don't know. If you get it from the factory, maybe measure a part, make sure the calibration's close enough for your needs, and go from there. At least verify it. I know for like one of my printers, I absolutely had to recalibrate it because it came from the factory broken. It was the mini Delta. Just came from the factory. Just it was like that printer yesterday. It would just dive the head into the bed, just slam it into the bed as hard as it could. It's freaking brutal. Still, kind of does the way it does the bed readings, and the Z end stop for that printer is literally there are switches under the bed, so when you push down on the bed, those switches act as the end stop. But yeah, it doesn't approach the bed slowly. When it goes, if it hasn't hit that end stop, it goes full speed, hits the bed at full speed, then it stops because of the button. But like it's like audible, like slamming the head, and you're just like, that does not sound good. Maybe you should go a little bit slower while you're like doing it. And then it does it has, obviously, because of I can't level the Delta bed the same way I would level any of my other beds. It has grid leveling. But again, the sensor is the hitting the nozzle on the bed. So before every print, that printer does this thing where it goes through this whole process where just all you hear it do is go slam, 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 like 8 times. It probes 8 points on the, and every time it probes a point on the bed, it just slams the fucking nozzle on the bed. Like, you couldn't put a glass bed on that printer. The nozzle would shatter it. Slam, slam. Like, it's scary, dude. Like, calm down, printer. You don't have to go that fast. You could do this same thing a little slower, and the same result would happen. My thoughts is maybe they use shitty switches. So the switches like have like a window of area in which they can actuate. So instead of having that sort of that spongy gray area where the switch may or may not turn off, they just move the switch as fast as possible to make sure it's just an instance.
Yeah.
That results in some loud noises though. Bang, bang. Like 8 times. You're just like, you're looking at it like, printer, you don't hurt yourself. It's okay. I will say, I think I'm getting pretty good at printing
He says that must
PETG.
wear the head like crazy.
Honestly, the normal wear is on the inside of the nozzle, and this is on the outside of the nozzle. It's definitely not good for the nozzle, I don't think, but honestly, if it is wearing the nozzle, it's not wearing the nozzle in the same place that printing wears the nozzle, so we're okay, I guess. But yeah, it can't be good. The only thing I can think is that maybe there's a hardware failure, and that one or more of the switches under the bed, because it's 3 switches, one in each corner of the bed. It's a circular bed because it's a Delta, so it's got a circular bed. It's kind of set up like a triangle, so there's 3 switches underneath it. And my thoughts are only that maybe 1 or 2 of those switches doesn't work, so it really pushes hard on the bed to actuate all 3 switches, but that doesn't seem right. I can touch the corners of the bed and it seems to work, so I don't know. It just seems to be, and looking online, it just seems to be the way the printer is supposed to work. And it feels so wrong, but according to everybody and according to the way the printer works, that is the way it is supposed to work. I don't like it. It freaks me out. I don't want anything slamming into my bed. Diving the bed is panic mode for me now because I like glass. And if my nozzle dived my bed, Even on this printer that we're watching on screen right now, if that nozzle just decided to bomb the bed, then yeah, it would shatter. That isn't particularly nice glass. It's just some flat sheet of glass. That's all you need. As long as it's flat, it doesn't have to be of good quality. I guarantee you that's not even tempered. If I shatter that piece of glass, it's going to turn into shards, not pebbles.
I have just done 6 job applications and feel pretty accomplished.
Good job. Yeah, got that hustle going on.
Yeah, sort of. I gotta wait till tomorrow to see what they say.
Yeah, just giving out the applications is hustle enough.
Yeah.
Did you include cover letters on any of them?
No, but they're not really that kind of jobs.
Yeah, but don't apply for the job you are applying for. Apply for the job you want. Isn't that what they say?
I don't have one of them
Said
around me.
wait till tomorrow, you mean 2 weeks.
Love to be like a technician for like software development or something, but ain't
I'm
nothing
just-
like that around me.
I say just always include a cover letter. I don't care if you're going for 7-Eleven, man. Throw a cover letter on that.
Oh, just fuck a gas station. I ain't working at another gas station.
Did you
fucked up.
actually... Did you do it physically or digitally?
Digitally.
Yeah, alright.
Nowhere has physical papers anymore. It's rare. There's one place I'm gonna go tomorrow and do a physical one, but the way things keep sounding and people that are going there, I don't know that I'm gonna be getting that one.
Have you ever
They
had
soldered circuit boards and shit.
SMT? Ooh. You going in as an operator? What would you be?
Wait, what?
Would you know what position you'd be applying for if you went in for the place that made circuit boards?
Oh, just a producer. I would be part of I guess the assembly
So
of
you'd
the
be-
circuit board.
We would call you an operator. You would basically sit and operate one of the machines on the line.
Well, from what I got told, I'm physically making the product myself as well, or a part of the product.
Manual assembly?
Yeah, I am assuming they weren't really able to tell
Oh.
me much detail on it.
Okay,
which
so
is
hand
kinda
assembly is usually the final stage before
Foxy said
it's done.
small scale.
That's cool.
thinking that's what it is.
If they make
no.
electronics, they're SMT. Nobody makes electronics nowadays and doesn't do SMT. And hand assembly electronics don't work. He's going to work in a bigger factory that does full SMT assemblies, but he's going to probably work at the end of the line where they do all the hand assembly. So he'll
Final touches and shit.
he'll be clipping on
keyhole.
like if any like headers need plastic parts slid onto them, he'll be sliding those on. Certain headers, if they can't be done via the machines, they'll be done by hand. It's mostly just connectors and plastic bits and stuff probably that you'll be snapping on.
Yeah.
Probably very little soldering.
But $15 an hour, it'll pay my bills.
Jesus. $15 an hour for manufacturing electronics?
Yeah.
I guess.
Our minimum wage is going up to 15 here in the next 2 years.
I would hope so. That's kind of low. For any point in working in a lab like that, that's kind of low.
Not compared to everywhere else. Because everywhere else is doing the actual current minimum wage, which is like 11 or 12 an hour right now.
Jesus shit. Do your operators at least make a little bit more? Yeah, I realize hand assembly is kind of like the lowest kind of tier, and you need to have the least amount of technical knowledge to do it. But at the same time, you're fucking still putting together like that's minimum wage for a manual labor job. Wow. Okay. No, that's fine. That's cool.
Well, the other place I
Jesus
was at, we
fuck.
made food bags like Hefty
So
and all that. It
signed
was
up at-
$17.50 an hour because
Yeah.
of the temp service, and then the actual place would have totaled me up after about a year or so being there up to like 22 an hour.
Weird that an actual manual labor job that requires you to do work is paying you more than fucking minimum wage. There's a reason the word minimum is in front of that. Minimum.
Yeah, our McDonald's is now doing 15, which is $4 more than minimum wage.
Yeah, honestly, McDonald's and Tim
That's
Hortons
flipping
here
burgers.
have been like, yeah, we're not paying the minimum. Fuck that. We train our people. We want to keep them. We're gonna pay them a little bit extra. And you know what?
And they pay
McDonald's,
them that extra, they still can't fucking make a burger to save their life.
no, they still have retention like crazy. Anybody who makes it to management in McDonald's usually stays like there because of all the good shit they get. You know what I mean?
You go through a whole college course to be a manager.
Popke says COVID lifestyle
That's
the
like a
worst
degree.
source of life
McDonald
companies
management
are
is
paying
a
more.
degree of college,
Yep.
which I always found weird, but I mean, they
Why
want to
not
have a
business?
professional enough image, I guess. But they
It's
really
not even
need
the
to work
image. They
on.
want their managers to know how to operate their businesses successfully. McDonald's has an image, right? So, like, if their managers suck, that reflects back on McDonald's. And McDonald's can't do much to stop people from being idiots except for trying to just educate them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
makes-
they don't even do that though, because a lot of their employees go in there, flip a burger, and don't even do it right. Because, excuse me. Last time I got a burger from there, the fucking bun looked like they pulled it out of the grease trap.
Yeah.
It was disgusting, and that's when I showed you guys that I bullied him on Twitter. He actually replied.
Yeah, no, they'll usually, like, companies like that, it's better for them to make you feel good about what's one meal to them? It's cents, it's pennies on the dollar. Why not just fucking give you something to make you happy, and then you'll spend tons more money there in the future because you feel like they did right by you. I mean, for them to,
Technically, they did.
for you to get pissed off and never shop at McDonald's again is a huge loss to them.
Word of mouth goes far.
They literally just want everyone to be eating McDonald's. For one meal, to just replace one fucking meal is no big deal to them because you'll be a customer for life. They just need to make you happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't say a customer for life. I've been kind of debating on switching to a partial vegan diet to kind of cut down and
Well, I mean that's
do
good
more
too.
filling than fattening. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
Like lettuce.
I'm not saying eat McDonald's or support McDonald's in any way, but like they're like Disney in the fact that they're trying to make everybody have a good time. They want to be the good time people. They don't want anything negative associated with McDonald's at all. So if they lose 50 cents out of a meal sale, let's be real, they'd probably pay like 50 cents. the paying the people to make the food costs way more than the food does. They'll do it because the fuck, that's not no loss to them. You're gonna and like you say, you may be switching, but if you might still grab some grimy burgers one day after a night of drinking or whatever, but you don't have it in your head that you hate McDonald's and you're not gonna go fuck McDonald's, I'm drunk, I want to go to Wendy's instead. You're just like, I'm gonna go to.
I've had people do that.
Yeah.
I had a buddy of mine called me. He was fucking smashed. It was the greatest thing ever. And he's like, man, I need to go food. Like, he wasn't even doing English correctly. And he's like, I need to go food or some shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, fucking go to McDonald's. Nah, fuck McDonald's. I want Wendy's. I was like, okay.
I could see two reasons for that happening. One, he really had a bad experience with McDonald's and disliked McDonald's. Two, he was craving Wendy's and he was drunk.
Honestly, the way Wendy's does it, I could see them being a better situation for that because
What? Yeah, Wendy's food is way better than McDonald's food. I don't know how it is in the States, but here in Canada, Wendy's has this thing like always fresh, never frozen. You know what I mean? Like
that's what ours is supposed to be, but they lie.
They don't freeze their beef. They get fresh beef in every day, supposedly. I mean, it's refrigerated, so probably not every day, but every couple days. They're talking like it's not great. It's still fast food, but hell, it's leagues above McDonald's.
It's real food compared to McDonald's.
Again, McDonald's a little better here in Canada than in the States because of some of our food laws, like as far as like how much meat is in the burgers and stuff. But yeah, not much. Realistically, our laws aren't that much better than yours.
They're trying to change it out here to where they're, better quality food and actual not killing people.
Good luck.
Not getting very far with it though.
Meanwhile, here in Canada, we're going the opposite way. We're slowly getting worse and worse and becoming more like you guys. Like our Coke and stuff is starting to get more and more of that fucking corn syrup in it. What is it called? High fructose corn syrup. Starting to see a heck
Yeah.
of a lot more of that around. Looking good. Not seeing any leaking yet.
Don't forget about sock on.
The sock is
About to hop
definitely
on
on.
some VR with Phasmo. That sounds like an awesome idea.
Random Sunday night at what? 2 in the morning? You're gonna jump on some Phasma? What is it? Oh yeah, 2. Wow. Wow, holy shit, it's 2:01. I nailed that exactly.
Man, you should speedrun Biosock.
How about?
Is there a parody game called Bioshock?
Maybe?
That'd be a good name for a parody game. You play as like a sock puppet going through the game. She's like, what is a sock? Instead of like, what is a man? I know that's a different game, but whatever.
Popke says that sounds
That's a
like
biological
expensive
sock.
socks.
Apparently, no, there is not a parody game called Biosock.
I
It's
searched it,
biological
and
sock.
one of the results that came up was biodiesel.
Maybe I should just watch a
Popke says
YouTube
trialing
video
with Biosocks.
of a playthrough of System Shock. Because I really
The
want
new
to
one?
play System Shock. There's a new one?
Yeah.
They're remastering the first one.
Ooh! Okay, I'll wait for that
Yeah.
then.
It's purty, Matt. It is purty.
Are they changing it up like a lot? Because
No.
maybe that'll be better.
It's well, I mean, yes, but no. Like
Because the
they
controls were
tried
kind
to
of
hold.
derpy. Like System Shock 1 and 2 are like RPGs. They play. So Bioshock is like a spiritual successor of System Shock, but System Shock
System Shock's being released this year.
nice. So it's
Enhanced edition.
It's a first-person shooter kind of play style, right? Except it's more like a first-person wrencher.
Matt, you could do the demo.
Ooh, that would be cool. Maybe I'll do that.
To buy it's $45.
Maybe I won't do that for a while. Well, I don't have extra money.
Oh, okay. So they're remaking it completely, but like doing it kind of like they did with the anniversary editions of Halo, where it's just like really upgraded. What they have out now, the enhanced edition, is just scaled up resolutions of the first one
Popke says
with better
that
mount
lots
controls.
of printer more.
I might just want the enhanced edition then, and say maybe not play the remake, and just do the enhanced edition.
I'd say try the demo before you decide anything.
Well, I haven't actually like played the original. I played System Shock 2. I haven't beat it, but I played System Shock 2. I've not like played the original. I feel like before I play the remake, I might want to try the original, or at least the enhanced edition.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going to be comparing the remake of System Shock to System Shock 2, which I don't know if that's fair. Yeah, I think System Shock was one of the first games that was like, oh, look at this crazy inventory system. Like, I think even before Diablo? Maybe not before Diablo. It's like a game I'm super interested in playing, but I know basically nothing about it. I haven't played much of it. I think I have it on my Steam. At least two. Yeah, I've got System Shock 2 on Steam. I wonder what the enhanced edition costs. Oh, that's got to be the remake. I'm like, $50. That's got to be the remake. So is enhanced edition not available on Steam?
It is. It's $10.
Oh yeah, there it is. See, now that might be a little bit more acceptable.
You
There's
can
a
get
game that I
one
want
and
you to
two.
play. It's free. It's called The Backrooms.
I'm sorry. Something about a free game called Backrooms? I mean,
Yeah, The
it's
Backrooms.
it's more of an experience than a game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they're coming out with a System Shock.
What are those called? Superliminal spaces or something like that? Or
Yeah.
liminal spaces, maybe? The whole game is just based off the liminal spaces fucking like meme pictures. Yeah, I don't know why I haven't played System Shock. I should just get this. $10.99. System Shock Enhanced Edition. And then I don't have to pay $50 for a remake. Wait, is this still Night Dive? Has this studio survived the entire time? Oh, it does look good though. Yeah, I want to play both now. I want to
Oh,
play Enhanced Edition, and then I want to play 2. I want to beat them both, and then I want to play this. This looks good.
they have a third one coming out.
System Shock 3?
Yeah. Not really seeing more than a gameplay thing though.
What else have Night Dive made? They've been around forever. Crossfire Legion, The Last Oricru, Outward, Iron Harvest, King's Bounty, Encased. Oh, Pathfinder. Oh, this is Prime Matter though. This isn't even them. It's like something they made a game with.
Oh, never mind. They were planning to make System Shock 3, but it got shut down.
Night Dive Studios. Stop showing me Prime Matter. They're the publisher. I want to see the studio. Ugh, show me the studio. What games do these guys make? Bringing Lost and Forgotten Gaming. Oh, these aren't the original studio. Boo. I do like what they're doing though. They're bringing back old games. System Shock 2, Shadow Man. What is System Shock?
No idea.
Oh, that's just System Shock. But the K in that font looks straight up like an H.
You looking at the demo one?
No, the OG System Shock cover for like the original game.
Oh,
Doom 64, these guys are the guys who are redoing Doom 64. So these guys, I think, make ports. Because they didn't, these guys are listed as the developer studio, but they didn't make any of these games. But I think what they've done is they've ported them.
Yeah.
Like, none of these games belong to them.
They probably got licensed to make the port, I assume.
Yeah, obviously. They would have definitely had to have licensed it. Oh my god, Forsaken has a remaster? I didn't think anybody played this game. I'm pretty sure this was a PlayStation exclusive. And obviously Doom 64 was an N64 exclusive. This is a weird studio. They port games. Like Turok was N64. They have a port of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which I think was a PC game. Like Seventh Guest, also a PC game. But these are not these guys' games. So yeah, clearly they've acquired these licenses. And they're, in some cases, maybe remastering. Like Seventh Guest and I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream doesn't really take much porting to port from old computer to new computer. Realistically, they're probably just using DOSBox. Something like Doom 64, that takes a little bit of work to getting it on a computer. Like, and I'm sure it's a port, because if their emulation sucks. I mean, N64 emulation has gotten better in the last decade, sure, but... Huh. So who was the original developer of System Shock?
Don't you have the original cover right there that you could look at?
Just says System Shock. It doesn't say the developer's name. And it's on a different... I'm on the Night Dive Studios website. So you think they would leave the original developer on there when they're claiming to be the developer? Ken Levine, Looking Glass Technologies.
Looking Glass Studio.
So it's Looking Glass,
Yeah.
Ken Levine.
apparently they've done. God damn it! I want Firefox. They've done 1 million in Kickstarter, 77,000 in backer kit.
For
System Shock remake, I believe.
Nice. And are they really? Is it this company developing it? Night Dive? I guess yeah. They would have to know in order to like port this PlayStation game to PC. They would have to be developers. It just seems like porting games and then developing a game from scratch seem like very different things, but I guess a lot of the skills overlap. Looks like Looking Glass Studios made their last game in 2002. Oh. And in fact, they didn't even finish it in 2002. Somebody else finished it. They made Thief and Thief 2. Those are awesome. They made an Underworld game. They made 2 Underworld games. They made a Madden game. Only one, though. Sorry, what?
Are you sure they made the games or they didn't port them?
This is Looking Glass. These are the original.
Oh, Looking Glass?
Yeah. They made... Okay, so this one is a port. They made Command and Conquer, but they made the N64 port. Weird that their game now. So they made a game. They ported a PC game to N64, and now they're owned or licensed by a company that takes N64 games and ports them to PC. Bunch of them in here, and PlayStation too. Turok 2, Forsaken, Doom 64. Probably more of these too. I don't know some of these games, what they originally came out on. Like Terra Nova, I forget what that originally came out on. Harvester was a PC game. Bad Mojo, I'm assuming is a PC game by the box art alone, but I don't know. I know like Tex Murphy, those were PC. They may have come out on consoles as well.
Games were on the Dreamcast.
Not many.
Cause I remember there being a
Knights.
game on Dreamcast, and I wanted to like really play it so bad that I'd get Dreamcast for it, but I can't remember what the game was then.
Crazy Taxi?
I don't know.
So what Night Dev or no? Studio
Night
does?
Dive Studio.
Yeah, that place.
Yeah.
They did an interview, and first thing he says is they look for old IPs.
Yeah.
That are, you know, incompatible and make them recompatible, if not completely remake them or extend the stories.
Yeah, like, yeah, I like it. It's fucking great. Like, I'm
They
a
just-
little concerned that they're not giving any direct credit to the original developers, but like, yeah, they gotta be developers if they're like porting these games. They're doing work. I mean, I don't think any of these games are their originals. Not a single one. This
Oh, yeah.
remake is going to be probably the most original thing they've developed so far. Literally, like this is Bad Mojo game, The 11th Hour, which is the sequel to The Seventh Guest, Darklands, Tex Murphy, Harvester, Metropolis, yeah, like, and literally all of this. Wizardry 8, I Have No Mouth, I Must Scream. They developed none of these games originally. But a bunch of these games don't exist in ways that we'd be able to play them if it wasn't for them, which means they've done work. Like Turok, like the N64 shit blows my mind. Doom 64, they've saved Doom 64. Doom 64 wouldn't have been released anywhere else. It was the N64 version of Doom. Like, that wouldn't have made it off of there unless some company like this decided, let's buy the rights to Doom 64 and fucking make a PC port of a game that was ported to N64 back to PC.
Difference between those two.
Funny thing is,
64.
Doom 64 was different enough that it merits having a port. Honestly, it's not the same game. Doom 64 is not Doom. It's close. It's like a game in the Doom series. Like, it's like a numbered sequel, right? Like, instead of Doom 1, Doom 2, Doom 3, it's just Doom 64. It's not the 64 version of Doom. It is, but it's its own sort of standalone game. It has enough gameplay differences that it makes sense that it stands alone. The levels are very similar to the PC version, but like the way the monsters work and stuff like that are kind of cool in Doom. Doom 64 was able to do real 3D, and like real Doom doesn't use 3D at all. Real Doom uses ray casting, so like 2.5 dimensions. Like, you'll often hear people say things like everything's infinitely tall in Doom, which is sort of true. You don't have to like aim up or down in Doom. You'll automatically hit things because they're quote unquote infinitely tall. Because yeah, it's not a 3D game. It wasn't made that way. Doom 64 had a proper 3D engine. Because it was built on the N64, which could handle 3D. Back in those days, 3D accelerators were not popular things in computers. And 3D accelerators were bought separately. Your video card would be your video card. and then you would have a separate 3D accelerator that you would install.
Yeah, like the expansion pack on or the Rumble pack on Game Boy.
I guess, kind
The
of.
expansion pack on
But yeah.
N64. Expansion pack on the Dreamcast.
I think it was the Voodoo cards that first started integrating them, where it was the 3D accelerator was built right onto the video card.
Yeah.
Cool. Forsaken though, that is nuts. They remastered Forsaken for PC. It's not a. I don't. Okay, I want to say it's not a good game, but I think it is a good game. But it's like not a. It feels loose. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like a tight game. But I think that might have just been the controls. I don't know. It's a game. You basically you ride this like attack hover bike thing. So the game is in like legit full 3D. Like constantly, you're like, what is up right now? What is down? What is up? What am I doing? And it's wild. It's wild. It's a shooter. It's like a first person shooter, but you're in a spaceship, but not in space. You're going through like corridors and shit like that. So it's like these enclosed areas and corridors and all this stuff. It's almost like playing GoldenEye, but you're instead of being just a guy running around, you're in this bike that can fly and go anywhere and has all kinds of cool weapons. The story is, scavengers from all over the galaxy have come to a dead Earth to loot the remains of the technology that can... Hold on. Scavengers from all over the galaxy have come to a dead Earth to loot the remains of the technology that can found in underground tunnels. Nope, that's what it says. Okay. You must fight your way past the scum of the universe. As you prepare for deadly combat, you are going to quickly learn that the future is forsaken. Alright. Only one typo. I just the one missing B that can be found in underground tunnels.
Pop, he says only when typo can found.
Awesome. Only one typo can found.
Gallery owner was arrested after leaving a 10-foot heroin spoon sculpture outside the Oxycontin coating maker Purdue Farm.
It was a heroin sculpture?
Heroin spoon sculpture.
Oh.
You know, like bent spoon.
Yeah. Well, it's not bent. A heroin spoon is not bent. Wow. Okay, well, at least we know my dude's never done heroin.
It is bent. You bend
What?
the handle so you can hold it.
Why would you?
Like you bend the handle so it's like a ring.
I guess you could. You could do that. Huh. I suppose you could. Suppose I could make it easier to hang on to. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone use a bent spoon before, but... Was the sculpture bent?
Yeah.
Huh.
I'll find the link to it.
Is this not the link to it? Is that a link to something else?
That's a link to Cake Man.
Oh. Are you sure they just didn't take a guy who was missing his arm and stick a cake on his arm rather than it be his arm? Because that dude looks very real, and his arm looks very fake. I think the comments are going to reflect that. Cake Man is a real guy, his arm isn't real.
Next project's to 3D print a sock that has the Bioshock font that says Biosock on it.
Biosock Finite. There's only one.
God. Why is the website for Reddit so horrible? I mean, the app sucks, but it doesn't suck this bad.
It's a biological sock.
I'm pretty sure that's not a Cake Man. Pretty sure it's just his arm. Look how differently colored his pink ass arm is. Sorry?
And leg.
Oh, is it? Is it that he lost an arm and a leg and they replaced it with cake? Is that what's happening?
You can literally click the arrow buttons.
What arrow buttons?
There's 5 pictures
Oh.
there, Matt.
Oh my god. This man lost his arms and legs and they're making cake replacements? That's a real human
familiar.
being with one arm and then one cake arm and 2 cake legs.
Is that or it's really convincing, man?
Dude, his head's moving around in the pictures. He has
No,
different...
that could just be Cake Sag. Is it blue and white or what was it? Blue and white or black and yellow?
This is not the dress. This is a... That's wild.
Popke says blue and black. Popke says white and gold.
That's fucking wild. That is a living human being. And they made him fake cake limbs. At least he's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
Check out this bent spoon stuff. Well, I guess nobody said Aaron users are smart. Why would they bend the spoon like that? Like, put the hot part back near the not hot part?
Why is that hamsters never die like of old age? They always die in like a weird, dramatic way possible.
The fuck happened to your hamsters, my dude?
One guy says, "Mine literally got eaten by her hamster got eaten by her sister's hamster, who later buried themselves and died." One says he found a ball of melted crayons behind my heater. Turns out it used to be his hamster. He got stuck and somebody dropped crayons on him, and they melted all over him. Someone put theirs in the oven. Someone accidentally vacuumed them up. Like, what the fuck are these people doing with hamsters?
I mean, right? My hamsters lived till like old age and just died by basically shitting out their own intestines not because they, I mean, that's still a horrible way to go, but they were ancient. They're like 10-year-old they were really old. They seemed fine up until the point where they weren't.
Popke says I never had a hamster.
I had a few. I didn't have that many. Normally, kids would have way more hamsters than I had, except mine lived forever. Like, hamsters don't live for 10 years. That's ridiculous. Meanwhile, my hamsters, 10 years later, the fuck's up. And yes, traumatic shit did happen to those poor hamsters. They're tiny little creatures. Over 10 years, a lot can happen. And they're idiots. Multiple times they knock the teeth out of their head. Multiple times. And just like, you fuckhead. Now I gotta make sure you survive long enough for your teeth to grow back. You idiot.
This guy says he put his in the microwave.
Well, that'll kill it.
It exploded.
Ours fell off a fucking counter and broke its teeth, and that's about the worst thing that ever happened to it. Who's putting their fucking pets in microwaves? Never put a living thing in a microwave, people. What are you, crazy? What do you think's going to happen when you boil the water in this animal's body? That's what microwaves do. They excite water particles.
Well, that does give me an idea to microwave a live lobster.
Yeah. They're starting to kill lobsters before boiling them now. They're starting to actually, like, be humane about it.
Poppy says you can put like gnats into the microwave.
Why? Why even bother? Certain insects would be fine, too. Any insect that didn't have a particularly large amount of fluid in it would be
Poppy
fine.
says they survive.
Yeah. You don't have water in you. There's not much. It will heat up eventually, but it takes a lot longer. I imagine there's probably a few different types of insects that could survive in a microwave. The big juicy ones, not so much. Like the
Didn't like some person like create this like radio wave like vehicle that they would like use on protesters and such?
I don't think so. This was sound cannons.
Yeah, but it's like instead of like sound, it was a microwave that like literally like make people not really boil, but like heat up and then like vacate the area because it got too hot.
That would have to be some sort of infrared radiation, not microwaves.
Yeah.
Problem with microwaves is they penetrate.
Also, new penetration.
And honestly, if that caused problems, we would notice it because every giant radar mast out there is blasting out microwaves constantly.
I don't know, I'll have to find that thing.
That's why if you're a radar technician, don't get in front of the little spout scoop thing that emits radar because it's just microwave. And if any part of your body manages to get in front of that while it transmits, you're cooking yourself, basically. Wherever it travels through your body will cook. There have been radar technicians who have died just by cooking random organs.
Poppy says I remember something like a microwave gun, but all it could do was destroy
There was
food.
somebody who took a whole chicken, put it on a boat radar system, and tried to cook it.
I mean, it probably sort of worked in that it would probably wreck it. Yeah, like Poppy here says, it probably wrecks the food to a degree. I mean, technically it's safe to eat. It's not like it's radioactive or anything. It just might be really fucked up after. Because, yeah, it could almost, depending on how fast it excites the water, it could explode it too, right? If the water just immediately bursts into steam, it would bust the meat apart. Forsaken Remastered, $22 on Steam. My God. That's a wild.
Taken
I
2
can't believe
for
somebody
Granny.
remade this game. Is it a popular game? It's got popular reviews on here at least. Wild. Wild. I was like seeing something you saw as a kid and we're just like, I'll probably never see this again. And then all of a sudden you find out that there's like people who are into it, you know? And it's got positive reviews. Hmm. Oh, it had an N64 version. That makes sense. So it probably was a bit more popular than I would have thought. Because it had an N64 version as well. I played it on PlayStation. So they're big for porting N64 games to PC. Cool. Go Night Dive. And they're remaking System Shock. That's cool. I mean, honestly, a lot of these games have to be pretty much fully remade anyways. Like, porting from N64 to PC, not using an emulator, you're rewriting so much of that game.
What was it? If you rewrite 50% of a game, or 60% or more of a game, then you can claim it as your own.
I mean, they are doing that. There's no mention of Looking Glass Studio on their website at all. You know what I mean? They are claiming that they are the publisher, so. Or not the publisher, they are claiming that they are the studio, the developer. That's the only issue I have is
He says that's not how that works.
a little bit of transparency about, like, yes, Night Dive Studios created this port of this game. But this game was actually developed by Looking Glass.
Yeah. Alright, back.
Pop, he says, or purchased it.
They for sure had to have purchased it. Things like Turok. Turok's not out of copyright. I can imagine Forsaken being out of copyright. But the thing is even if the name and stuff was out of copyright, they couldn't use the original code and everything. They'd have to make their own. So they have to have the rights because they've been given the original code. So yeah, obviously the company would have given them that code when they bought the rights. Did I send out a tweet before the stream started? I don't remember if I did. Whoops. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I did. I don't remember. It's unimportant. This is a chill stream. Chill Sunday night stream. Just watching the print click away. It says we got about 2.5 hours left on this print. It's probably going to be a little less than that. this is it. When this finishes, we have all the parts we need. I might take some time to print a few more of the parts that we already printed in the silver material. But only for maybe a couple parts. For the most part, I want to use the ones we already have because it'd be wasteful. I might do the Z motor mounts and try to print them in this because they did fail the first time. Again, the parts are functional, but they aren't like 100%. Meh, I guess we can just deal. It's looking a lot more sturdy than last time we printed this part. Last time we printed this part, the head was loose. The nozzle. So it was actually like the part, it looked all warped, but it wasn't all warped because of like heat warping. It was all warped because the nozzle was literally kind of able to move around a few millimeters, you know?
Pop, he says it's straight this time.
Yeah. I made sure the nozzle was good and secure without stripping it. Yeah. Nozzle too loose, and you get weird warping and leaking. Nozzle too tight, and you just rip the threads out of the heat block. I also need to print a new fan. I pulled off. Let me move the mic closer. I pulled off the fan duct that I have on there, and it was crunchy. I'm thinking I should print one out of nylon, so it's like
Pop,
high
these
heat
two
resistance.
guys sounds like replacement parts.
It was the problem was, yeah, it's definitely replacement parts, and the problem wasn't that it was like it wasn't that it really went too tight. The fact is the threads weren't as deep as they really should have been. It was a cheap nozzle, and the threads weren't as deep as they should have been. So when I tightened it up, it just ripped out the edges of the internal threads. Should have known. Should have looked at that nozzle and just been like, this clearly came with something else, and it's not okay. But oh well. The heat block that I was trying to stick it into was also cheap. Came with the printer, I think. And as much as I love some of the parts on this printer, they definitely did what they could to save money, you know what I mean? Where they could, they definitely bought the less expensive component. I mean, good enough. Normally these heat blocks are good enough. Maybe that nozzle on certain situations are good too, but I mean, maybe it was the wrong size, just a little, like 1 millimeter less diameter, although, eh. But anyway about it, when I tried to tighten it up into my heat block, it just pulled the threads right out of it. So now I have a broken heat block. Luckily I had one to replace it with. It was backwards. You might notice that the heater wires are coming out of the opposite side of the heater block. That's because literally the two heater blocks are built like mirror images of each other. So Oh well, it works still. That's what's great about this type of printer, is it's so open that I can just do whatever I want for it. I want to try a different heater block configuration, just throw it on, good to go. Whereas like with the Ender, if I want to change the heater block on that, I have to change out the entire hot end. Which means I have to buy some Ender hot or heater blocks. Because eventually I'm going to want to replace that stuff. It's going to break. Yeah. What's funny is the super printer, when it's completed, if I get to complete it to like the specifications that I want to build it to, um, you could probably run it forever and it would never break at normal speed. If the printer, once it's built and put together, if you ran this at like, you know, the normal like 40 to 120 millimeters per second, that thing would probably be able to print just for the rest of its life with minimal maintenance. Once in a while a nozzle might get clogged, but everything else about it's just gonna stay running. The wires are routed well, they'll make it. If they're not routed well, they'll need replacing. But yeah, I feel like it's going to be the most solid and dependable printer that I have. Which will put it second after my Ender.
Back.
Which I know some of you might be saying, Matt, you bitch about your Ender constantly. What do you mean it's your most reliable printer? It is. It's my most reliable printer. If I want to print something, I can usually chuck it in the Ender and the Ender will print it. No questions asked. The problem is when the Ender breaks, it's going to be a hassle. It might be the most reliable when it's running, but when it breaks, it's going to be a bitch.
Built like Acura.
Acura, the car company?
Yeah, it's reliable, but when it goes down, you're fucked. Unless you have the
He says the Ender is the I need this part overnight one.
experience with it.
Yeah, I mean, I have the one we're watching right now. That's the one I have for overnight prints. It's hooked up to a UPS and everything, because it might be a quote-unquote less dependable printer, but it's my most capable printer. It breaks a lot more, but that's because I built it myself.
Breaks a lot more, but that just means you know what broke and you can easily fix it,
Yeah.
right?
No, yeah, I mean, like, with the head, I tore it apart 3 times in the last few days, you know? Multiple issues, but the good part is I am able to just quickly tear it apart, fix it, and then get it back up and running
How long
again.
can it last on the UPS, or does it have some kind of shut-off?
Yeah, if I notice it, I mean, realistically, it can go for quite a while on this UPS. It's a pretty good UPS. But it's more so that if I notice it, I can shut down the print graciously. And as long as I shut down the print graciously on this printer, I can recover it. It has no auto recovery features, but I have my ways. I edit the G code. I just go in and modify the G codes such that I can rehome the printer while avoiding the print. Like I can tell with my modifications, I can tell the head how to move. So as long as the part isn't in the way of the head somehow getting to home, I can home it. And then once it's homed, I can recover the print from whatever layer that it got to. So literally I can measure the print job using the head by homing it and then bringing the print head back up to the layer of plastic that we're printing and just go into the G code and with just a few minor edits. Basically I delete all the G code that's already printed and just add a one line in that moves the head to the appropriate height as the first move, because you don't want the head to start moving up and sideways at the same time. You want it to move all the way up and then move over. But yeah, basically delete all the G code you don't want anymore, and then one line to make the head move straight up, and then boom, just literally recover, like start printing from where you left off. If you're using like relative mode on your extruder, you'll need to reset your relative mode number, which isn't that hard. If you're using absolute mode, then you don't have to worry about it.
Pop, he says, so if power goes out when you're trying to fill the space, you're screwed.
Huh?
Hey.
No, you just the nozzles. The layer height is only 0.2 millimeters, and the nozzle's hot. Redo the entire layer. You're gonna get a little bit of extra material, but like it's one layer of like a bit of extra squish. You can easily sand it off. And if it's infill, then fuck it. All that squish is inside the part, and you never see it anyways.
The box the entire size of the plate.
Oh, you don't want to do that. But I mean, that's still doable. It's just harder. That's where I have to start pulling out fucking the caliper and figuring out how tall the part is. As long as I can tell you how, as long as I can figure out how tall the part is, I can still recover it. I just have to tell the printer what its current Z coordinate is, because I can still home the X and the Y. At no point in any print is anything ever going to stop me from homing my X and the Y. You know what I mean? That's always possible. It's the Z that I have problems with. So if I can't home Z, then what I have to do is I have to measure the part and be very precise within 0.2 millimeters.
I'm gonna disappear, Matt.
All right. Cheers.
Take care.
But yeah, that's annoying. I don't like to have to do that, but in the worst case scenario, that is what I would do. Measure the part. So your first layer is probably going to be slightly thicker than the rest of your layers. So account for whatever your first layer is, and then measure the entire height minus the first layer divided by your layer height, and there you go. You know what layer you're on. Bob's your uncle. You could also cheat. You could set up your firmware, or just put it in your G code, so that the G code display, so in your G code, you can tell your display to display certain things. And one of the things you can tell the display to show is what layer you're currently on. So if you have like a video recording device recording your print, and the screen is on like in the camera's point of view perspective, you could just look at whatever layer it was that the print failed on, you know? Just go back in the video, see what the final layer was, and recover it that way. Some printers will they'll write data to the SD card so that if power goes out and it boots back up, it sees those files on the SD card and can recover the print. I've thought about maybe doing that, but I feel like that's like the read-write on the SD card is intense, and I imagine it probably would slow down the print if you're using like maybe like an 8-bit board or whatever. You know what I mean? probably even on faster boards, because you have to wait for that read write. I do it manually. I wrote a guide on how to manually recover your prints. The reason I didn't recover this print last time was because, well, it...
Popke says slow down the print and lower the life of the card manually.
I tried to push it through. And yeah, I should have stopped it. As soon as I noticed there was a problem, I honestly should have just canceled the print, because recovering that print would have been a little hard to do, because the nozzle height would have changed. And then, so I would have had to have figured out the nozzle height difference. So the change in height of the nozzle. Then I would have had to have figured out obviously what layer we started failing on. And I would have had to clean up the top, because we had a bit of like weird extrusion on the top of it when it failed. So not really worth the recovery. I should have just canceled it earlier. As soon as I noticed something was wrong, I should have stopped it. I'm impressed though. That with like we printed 2 parts before we printed the carriage or the motor mount here. And those other 2 parts, it must have been just tight enough that those other 2 parts were printed and finished before it really got loose enough that it just started being wobbly. I'm waiting on some stuff. I'm supposed to get a delivery today. I'm waiting for a drive enclosure because I have a hard drive sitting here and it's just waiting to go back to a person. I just don't want to hand somebody just a hard drive though, so I ordered an enclosure for it. I'm just waiting for this enclosure to show up so that I can give this person her hard drive and be done with it.
Popke says just throw it in a plastic bag.
I want her to be able to access it, right? Like, if I just give it to her as is, if she ever wants to use it, she's going to call me back. I'd rather she not have to call me back. So if I put it in an enclosure, then literally she can just hook it up via USB to whatever computer she likes, and she can just access it. No, she doesn't have to deal with SATA or whatever, you know? Pretty sure she wouldn't know what to do with the SATA drive if I handed it to her. She'd be like, how do I plug this into the computer?
Because they lost the cable.
That can happen. At least the enclosure takes a standard USB cable. Yeah. Waiting for these enclosures to show up. I want to get that job off of my desk. It's a bummer. I also want to figure out what we're doing with the computer. So if I can deliver her the hard drive and just be like, what do you want me to do with the computer? And then I can be done with it. There's a good chance the computer is going to join my stockpile of computers. Wonderful. Considered selling it until I found out what was inside of it, and then I'm like, huh. Nobody will buy this computer. That's like a second generation i5 with 4 gigabytes of RAM and some old graphics card. Some old, not like medium range graphics card. Not even like a top, not a good graphics card. What's funny though is it's in a case that looks like it should be a massive gaming computer. Uh, it's a reverse sleeper. On the outside, it looks like a wicked gaming computer. On the inside, it is underpowered. If I end up keeping it, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might put my old i7, like the old gaming rig. I might rebuild that inside of it.
He says sell it to some sucker for $300.
I don't feel good about that. If I sold this, if I sold it for anything over $100, I'd feel bad. Just the most good thing about it is that it is a functional computer. That is the only positive I can say about this computer. It is a functional computer. It does work. Sorry. It works now that I fixed it. When I first got it, it was broken of all things. It had basically a Windows service error that caused the disk write just to be constantly kicking off. So the computer seemed really, 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 really unresponsive. Like horribly unresponsive. Until I disabled this service. And then the computer actually ran okay. Now, 4 gigs of RAM, until I opened a browser, it ran okay. Try using the internet with 4 gigs of RAM.
Oh. That System Shock demo? It's
Yeah.
a medical demo,
A medical demo?
according to the launcher, called System Shock Medical Demo.
Interesting. So maybe it's a demo of like the medical wing, because I believe in the original game you spend part of your time in a hospital. We are 61% of the way through the print. And it looks so much better than last time. Also, this filament looks really fucking cool. Space gray, also known as silver.
Pops, he says, what does that even mean, lol?
Actually, I don't. We looked at one and it said it was space gray. And we're just like, the fuck does that mean, space gray? And I was considering buying it because I wanted silver,
Pops,
right?
he says that was a bit slow.
He just said
You
space
die in the
gray.
game, you die in real life. That's hilarious.
What? That was. Where did you? I mean, I've heard that a million places, but where did you just pull that from?
One of the
Sure.
difficult.
No, yeah, that came through as words. What is your microphone dying?
Yeah, my computer's dying.
Ah. I would
Game
think
is too much for it.
I think I'm getting half of the conversation.
I can fix that.
But at this point, yeah, if you die in the game, you die in real life is a fucking like common
Pops, he says
trope.
David is going through a tunnel.
Yeah.
Die in your dreams, you die. Like pooping in your dreams.
It's a long tunnel. I feel like that all started with a movie trailer one day.
Oh, I guarantee it.
What if I just Google the quote? Yeah, Game Grumps have done it.
Okay, so I originally played this demo before, and my first laptop would not do it. But this one, breeze. Absolute breeze.
He says I know it from Sao.
What's Sao? Sword Art. Okay. Was his existence? It was probably existence.
Instance. Oh,
Existenz, sure I should say, is how it's spelled.
last I knew, that was futile.
What?
Existence is futile.
Yeah.
Or no, wait, resistance. Fuck, never mind. I did that wrong.
Where's the origin of that phrase?
I don't want a mug.
So it's just in the trailer. What's the movie? Fun fact, they don't even say if you die in the game, you die for real on the movie. Just on the trailer. But what was what movie? Stay Alive? 2006? Was that the first one? When did Existence come out? Because I thought they said it for Existence, too. I feel like the phrase predates 2006. People arguing the theme is stolen from Tron, which, okay, yeah. Somebody mentioning Gamer, but Gamer came out way after this. I might have to rewatch. Funny, yeah. And I remember that. It must be it, because I remember specifically it was in the trailer. I don't remember the part about it not being in the movie, but I remember there was like a trailer, and they're just like, if you die in the game, you die for real. Like, and you're just like, whoa, and that's why everyone started repeating it. So, yeah. It's Stay Alive from 2006. The trope was alive before that. That's not where the trope started, but that's where I think everybody started quoting it. Because, yeah, like, a similar trope exists in, like, things like Nightmare on Elm Street, where if you die in the dream, you die for real. But even before that was, yeah, like Tron. If you die in... What's it called in Tron? The world they go to? But if you die in Tron world, you die in real life, you know? Is it the mainframe? I think it's called the mainframe. If you die in the mainframe, you die in real life. So definitely the trope's been around for a long time. But yeah, stay alive. That's the one I think that everyone quotes directly. That's pretty funny. And I'm pretty sure I've watched this movie. Also, huh? It was made by Disney?
Oh,
Cool. Disney horror movie. It's gonna be good. Yeah, maybe I haven't seen it. I know I watched other movies with similar tropes like Existence, um, Tron, Nightmare on Elm Street. When is Existence? I don't even know how to spell the fucking movie. Oh, there's no E at the end. Otherwise, I spelled it correctly. Wow. It was in 1999. Yeah. This trope started way before we all started quoting that horrible trailer. Oh my god, Willem Dafoe's in Existence? I don't remember him being in it. Jude Law? What? I didn't. I gotta go back and rewatch fucking Existence. I didn't. Just for William Dafoe. Willem Dafoe? Willem.
William Dafoe.
That's Willem. It's literally Willem. Willem. It was a weird movie. So it's like this VR movie type world, right? And like this when you like jack into the world, the console is like the video game console is like organic. And like it like you like connect with it I think through your belly button of all weird places. You'd think it would be, you know, somewhere with more nerve endings and stuff, but it connects to your nervous system with organic tissue. And then there's like a black market for consoles that are made out of like because they're organic. They're like living technically creatures. Like they have organs and stuff. And yeah, like there's black market consoles where they like take like rat organs and stuff like that and build these consoles. We're really wild. So like this idea of modding and making them yourself, but with like definitely aftermarket parts, except for those aftermarket parts are things you're taking from like living creatures. It's creepy though, because yeah, all the technology like is organic. It's weird. Like the front cover, he's holding it's a gun. But it looks all like weird and bumpy and shit because it's made out of this organic technology. But not an organic technology like we would imagine an organic technology would be, like something with like organic components. But no. That gun is alive. That gun is a living creature. I mean, obviously not an intelligent or sapient living creature, but it is alive. It's weird. It was a weird movie. I think I might want to go back and watch it. Just for some Willem Dafoe. A little bit of Jude Law, but mostly Willem Dafoe. I think for me, it was the first, like, you die in the game, you die in real life movie that resonated for me. Tron really didn't resonate with me. 67%. It says we have 1.5 hours left. That number is going to shrink as we go up, though. I mean, yes, it's naturally going to shrink because time will have passed, and it's a measure of time, but it's also going to become less because as we get higher and higher in the print, there's less printing to do because it gets thinner as it goes up. And this little system doesn't properly extrapolate all of that. It just says, this layer takes me this long, I have this more layers to do, so this number times that number, that's how much longer. But realistically, this print looks like it's about to be like maybe a half an hour more. Maybe. Probably less than that. The estimated time was 3 hours. We've been printing for 2 hours and 50 minutes. But that does make sense because the majority of the time is printing that wide base at the bottom. I had to lay down a lot of plastic to print that out. And yeah, every subsequent layer from here on in, I'm printing less and less material. Well, sort of. Once we get past the big circle, then for sure we're printing less and less material. It's still less. Yeah, overall it's still less. Because 3 of those supporting, like, arms are tapering, and the one isn't. But the one has the circle in it. So yeah, it's still less the further we go up. I will say, doing the time-lapse the way I'm doing the time-lapse and printing the way I'm printing is slower than normal. The printer is moving at normal speed. The problem is I'm sending all of the commands from like a web server via serial, so there might be a little latency there. And because I'm doing the time-lapse, every like right there, it just moved to a weird position where it didn't need to go. But it did that for the time lapse. So it's not as quick as it could be. It looks like the time lapse is going to extend the time by like almost 10 minutes. Seems a little excessive. This is going to be a good looking time lapse, though. The bigger the print, the cooler the time lapse. Some of the small parts, the time lapses are like a blink of an eye, and they're already over, and you're like, oh, okay. I have a video I'm editing up, which is all of the time lapses for this printer in sequence. There's a few new time lapses I need to add to it. But technically, I can cut and release that video once this print finishes. I have all of the footage of all of the parts. They even included the failures. So there's a fail print and a fail camera because I had to fix the printer at one point. It was actually the thing before I switched the nozzle over, which I guess I didn't fully fix it, did I? So what originally caused our original issues, which were like eventually caused this to fail, I moved the camera out of the way to work on the printer, and then I did the next print. I didn't put the camera back, but the camera was still active. It was just not pointed at the printer, so there's still a time lapse, and it's facing the wall, and you can see the shadow of the spool of filament turning, but that's like all you can see in the time lapse. And I left it in the compilation anyways, just to be like, well, I mean, it is one of the time lapses from one of the parts, so oh well, this is what we got.
70%. We just hit 70%. I'm pretty sure that means I'm 70% of the way through the code. It doesn't mean I'm at like 70% of the layer height. Or of the total height. Because, yeah, honestly, I'm about 50% of the total height. Looking at this, yeah, you can see the circle. We have just about hit the center of the circle, and we're about to start have it come back in at the top. So we're less than 50% of the height of the entire print, but we're at 70% of the code. So that's a good indicator of, like, you know, the top of the print is much less than the bottom of the print. Yeah. Watching it, you know what? It makes sense that the time lapse is adding so much time. Because, yeah, it's doing a lot of, like, movement it does not need to do. This is all necessary. But every once in a while, I'll call it out when it happens. That's all necessary. That's all necessary. Right there. Right there. It just moved the head up for what appeared to be no reason. That was to take a picture. But it'll do one for the next frame or for the next layer as well. So every layer, it takes about, I'd say that was a second? At least a second. Because that time, it literally just moved the head straight up. Sometimes it moves the head up and then over to the side. So yeah, it might add a second to every layer. And if you're dealing with 500 layers and you 500 seconds, you know what I mean? How many layers is this? This is 240 layers. So, assuming they all take about a second, which I'm sure some of them take more than a second, but let's just say 240 divided by 60. That's still not that much. So, it's 4, isn't it? It's 4 minutes. It's 4. Still 4 extra minutes. That's a lot. I wonder how much time is added via the latency. Okay, so Kira says this print is a 4-hour print. Octoprint says it's a 3-hour print. I said it was going to be about 3.5 hours. That's probably what it's going to end up being. Or really, I said it was going to be about 3 hours and 20 minutes because I said that about 8 minutes ago, and then about 8 minutes ago we were at 2 hours and 50 minutes. I know I said it about 8 minutes ago because I said it when I saw the clock say about 2:50, and now it's 2:58. Math. About a drink. I mean, this looks good. I might feel safe about going and grabbing a drink. Normally, I let this printer go on its own. Like, I'd go to bed and let this printer print. Normally. But I just fixed it. So, for the first few prints after I've, like, fixed a printer, I'm nervous about it. Because I'm pretty good at fixing printers, but I'm not perfect at fixing. Yeah, I'm done.
He says just fixed it using new material.
Hmm? I mean, fix the printer. What do you mean?
Fucking ads.
New
He
repair?
says the filament is new.
Oh no, this is. We're still using the same filament. This is
All of the failures except for one have been PETG. There was one PLA failure, and that was I think it was a clogged. It was the PT. It was really we had a failure while we were printing PLA, and that was the PTF or fuck. What's the tube? PTFE. PTFE. It was the PTFE tube that was the problem. It was scorched from the heat break. So for that I replaced the PTFE tube. But when I replaced the PTFE tube, I didn't put the nozzle and the heat block on well enough. I think the problem is I screwed too much of the nozzle into the heat block.
The first time you've used PET.
Yeah, but I've also this is like the 4th PET part. We successfully printed 3 parts in PETG. So the problem has been almost entirely while we've been printing PETG. Has nothing to do with the fact that we're printing PETG, and the fix has nothing to do with the fact that we're printing PETG. But yeah, all of the problems have, except for that first clogged nozzle, all of the issues have happened while we've been printing PETG. But no correlation. But yeah, I mean, we printed lots of other parts in PETG at this point. Just unfortunately, the printer broke. It had nothing to do with the material. Our first clog was PLA, and then it's my fault that I didn't rebuild the head well enough. I didn't butt the nozzle to the heat break, and it leaked, which caused further problems, which then caused me to break my heater block.
Got all wibbly wobbly.
Yeah. Because I was trying to tighten it all back up because it was all loose and wobbly, and so I tried to tighten it up, and then I think I had chosen the wrong nozzle, which means it never tightened up, and instead just the threads ripped out of it. So I can't blame the PETG for any of our problems. I can't blame the PLA for any of our problems. All of this was because of one PTFE tube and me kind of being a little dumb.
A learning experience, though.
Yeah.
Trial and error. That's why we buy materials in bulk.
I'm mostly annoyed that I stripped this heat block. It's just that, yeah, now this heat block is garbage. There's nothing you can do with it. It's scrap. It's scrap aluminum, so it's worth money. Not much, but it's worth a couple cents if you have enough scrap aluminum that you can collect up. It'll add to your pile.
What about the one that's on it now?
No, the one in my hands that I pulled off of it. If you were watching the stream yesterday, the heater wires came out the opposite side of the heater block.
Yeah, I was kind of noticing that.
For some reason, the heater block that I had was mirrored to the one that I broke.
But then we're getting into custom parts.
Yeah.
Weird.
I was thinking about retapping it, but then the nozzle that I use is either going to need to be bigger threads, or if I retap the current threads, because maybe I could sort of hone them back into position, I wouldn't trust them. They're weak threads now. I do have a tap, though. I could try retapping it, but I just would never trust the part again. Plus, the heat break's still stuck in it, so I'd have to, like, go and hit it with my heat gun and try and separate the parts before I could do anything. So, yeah. It sucks. But, I mean, it's bound to happen. I already ordered the new heat blocks. I ordered 5 of the V3 or E3D style heater blocks, which I like better because they don't use grub screws to hold in the heater cartridge. Speaking of heaters, what the fuck is my heater doing? I'm over here sweating like, man, it's warm in here. These 3D printers sure do generate a lot of heat. Look down at my heater. It's...
Trying to cook yourself there.
Yeah, let me see. Can I find... Oh, I don't have Amazon open anymore. Amazon's scary. Just like, what are you going to show? My orders. Can I view the image? Open image in new tab. Hoorah! Okay. This is what I bought. These are the replacement ones. So that little slice out of the one side with the actual screw there, that's how you like cinch your cartridge in there. I like it better because I'm not putting a grub screw directly into a heater cartridge and pinching the heater cartridge. I mean, this still sort of pinches the heater cartridge, but it does it evenly around the entire surface, right? Whereas, like, see if I can find you a picture of one that I could show you mine, but it's not good. Not good. This kind. So this kind is what I kind of have now. Well, I do. They never come with the screw. See the screw on top? That's to hold your thermistor. So there's a little hole beside that screw. At the end of your thermistor, like the sensor bit of the thermistor, is supposed to go in that hole, and then that screw is used to hold the thermistor in place. None of them ever have that screw. Ever. There's this grub screw down here. This is to hold the cartridge in. The cartridge goes in this big hole on top, and then this grub screw literally pushes into that little hole and pinches the cartridge. I don't like it. I don't like it. And like the nozzle would come out here, and then on the other end, the heat break would come out the top. We're looking at the bottom of it right now. So this is the type of heater block that I'm using right now. In fact, this is the mirror of... Okay. So, this is the original one that was like... So the one that I destroyed looks like this. Exactly. And the one that's currently on the printer, it's mirrored. So the heater cartridge is on the opposite side. But otherwise, it's exactly the same, but like mirrored. For some reason. I don't know why some of them are like that. But these ones are exactly the same as the one that I broke. And it's literally this bottom bit of threading right here. This threading is now gone. It's completely ripped out of the block. Just smooth bore now. So yeah. These are going to be the replacements. Now, do these ones also have it? No, these ones have the heater cartridge on the same side. So when I get my new heat blocks, the cable's going to go back out the other side again. You're going to see those red and white cables are going to go back out the left side of that. Oh, boy.
There we go.
And yeah, it's so stupid because the hole goes completely through. So the part where the heater cartridge goes into the block, that hole where the heater cartridge goes in, goes 100% through the entire block. So there would be no reason for me to just literally have the heater cartridge plugged into the opposite side of this heat block so that I wouldn't have had to reroute the wires out the other side, except for that the tiny little hole for the thermistor is on the other side. They could have either just put holes for the thermistor on both sides, or, I don't know, put it on the same normal side that all the other ones have it on. Nope. Your thermistor goes on this side now. And you can't do it without the thermistor. You could try just, like, taking some cap tape and just making, like, taping the thermistor to the side and really wrapping it so the thermistor is really held up against the side of the heat block. I mean, as long as it's touching it, it'll work, but I like having it in the little hole. Really make sure everything's nice and secure in there. I mean, you can see from my head, I still tape the fuck out of it, but I also put it in the hole.
I was wondering what that was. It looked like Capcom's tape.
It is. It is a lot of Captain tape. I have 2 rolls of Captain tape. Captain tape of the good ship tape. But yeah, got a couple rolls. I learned about the wonders of Kapton tape back when I worked at Adeptron in Markham. Like, too many years ago. Way too many years ago. But yeah. If you get that electronic assembly job, David, you're going to see a lot of Captain tape.
That works for me.
A lot. So, yeah. It's great. I mean, you can literally tape a board up and send it through the oven, and it comes out the other end. The tape's just fine. It has no issues. It does not care about hot temperatures or anything else. That's where I used a lot of tape. So it looks like tonight I'm going to be editing the rest of those time lapses together, because this is it. This is the final part. After this, it's frame build time. I will have to set a date to build the frame. Still not sure how I'm going to film it. I kind of wanted Ange to film for me. But if I have Ange filming for me, there's no way I can build it out here. I'd have to build it in the house. There's just no room to have her, like, be able to walk around me and get camera angles while I'm putting it together, right? Like, there's no room. But if I build it inside, it's going to be a real hassle to live stream it. So I don't know. What do you... Maybe I should do up a poll. Should I live stream it and just, like, make the video...
Use a Raspberry Pi and make an IP camera.
I mean, that's what's going on, but that's still going to be shitty quality. Plus audio. Yeah.
Get you a 60-foot USB cable.
I could just lug a computer inside. I mean, it wouldn't be too much work to take one of these rigs and put it inside.
You need a laptop just for, like, streaming at a mobile place.
I got a laptop for streaming. Guess what it did every time I streamed? Overheated.
Crash?
Overheated. Like
Oh,
crazy.
overheated.
We bought an i7, like a real i7, not a mobile fucking i7, but like a real i7 chip in a laptop, and the poor thing can't even run anywhere near full speed. It kills itself.
Oh. Weird.
Yeah.
Mine's not an i7, but I've live streamed on this laptop and it does alright.
Yeah, because it's not an i7. Your processor probably can't get hot enough to kill itself. This computer ran full fucking speed when it really shouldn't have been.
Now you turned off the thermal throttles.
They're on. It couldn't handle itself. It literally, it's just design is such that it cannot handle itself. You just need to not stress that computer.
clearly not good enough, like, heat management for the system. Because, yeah,
True.
thermal throttling doesn't work. By time it's thermal throttling, it's like, it's too late. We've hit the cascade point. We are over threshold. We cannot cool down enough. We do not have the fans to cool ourselves back off. Shut down.
I've been looking to get one of them pads that they used to make. I don't know if they still make them. I haven't seen them around anywhere in a while. But it's just an extra fan to force air into your laptop.
Yeah, they're around. Laptop coolers.
They're not as prominent as they used to be, though.
Probably because less laptops need them. If your laptop needs that much cooling, Alienware includes it. Or Origin, depending on who you're buying it from. Because those two companies, yeah, their laptops basically come with laptop coolers built. Have you ever seen those crazy gaming laptops?
They're thick.
It's because fans and shit. Thick and venti. Because they're fucking hot. I think my buddy had one. I think it was from Origin. And it was heavy and big. Like, it was not a laptop by any means. It was a on the
Portable desktop.
counter, yeah, computer. Like, you needed to find somewhere to put this computer. You could not play with it on your lap. There's no way. Cool computer,
I mean,
though.
I've done a PlayStation. So what I did is I put my PlayStation in my lap and set it up to connect to the network, and then disconnected it from my friend's TV.
Yeah, right.
And then just used my laptop with remote play and set it on top of the PlayStation. Worked.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's literally just a portable computer at that point. It's good, though. Good
I
little...
might modify my desktop to have a carrying handle on it,
Nice.
or just get a smaller case for it.
Could do.
Nah, either way, I want to put a handle on it, though.
Yeah. I've seen that a lot, actually.
It's a big son-bitch.
People putting handles on their cases. I think
Also,
a lot of
12 years
cases just
old,
come with handles. Or at least they used to. I think that was used to be a much more popular thing to have cases, like, or handles on your cases. I think it also used to be a much more popular thing to bring your computer other places. Because you couldn't always expect there to be a computer there. And whether it was for business reasons or you were going to a LAN party, we used to bring our computers a lot more places back in the day.
I just sent in random shit my desktop. Bought it off a buddy of mine, and he put stickers on it.
It looks like Winamp. What is with all the fucking... What is on the front of your fucking case? Is that an LCD panel?
That bottom, yeah, it used to say low on it. I don't know what happened, because now it doesn't say anything.
Ha!
Don't know what I did, but I'm not even sure what it pertains to.
David's computer. It really kicks the llama's ass.
Popke says low as in low.
Fucking...
No, it's a desktop. If you're in the Discord, I put it in random shit.
It's probably clocked low, Popke. Probably had like a turbo mode type idea. Like a throwback to old school turbo mode. It was probably just its clocking.
Possibility. I know, so the top button's the power. On that LCD, that's the power button. So the top of it's power, and the bottom's a hard reset.
You might want to go into your BIOS and make sure that your
You're not underclocking your processor for any reason.
Shouldn't be. Only thing I did was reinstall Windows. I didn't really reinstall it per se,
Windows
but I did.
won't mess with your
Um,
BIOS on that old computer.
I believe it. I believe it's already overclocked.
I'm saying it sounds like it might be underclocked. Like, what does the word low mean to you?
I don't know. It just I thought it was
Stop,
temperature.
he says old computer, I have to see this now.
It's
Wait.
sort of old. I mean, it's about 8 years. Maybe 8 years.
I mean, low temperature, maybe. But if it's telling you the temperature, why wouldn't it just give you the fucking temperature?
Kind of what I thought.
Right?
Of course, it probably come with a program that runs that little screen, and it no longer functions because I redid Windows.
And honestly, why would you say low temperature? That's nominal temperature. The lower the temperature, really, the better. I mean, yeah, you don't want to approach absolute zero, but like that's getting ridiculous. Low temperature is not something your computer should be warning you about. High temperature is something your computer should be warning about. Low sounds like a warning, though. Like, it's low, watch out, numbers are low. Why would it?
Correction, I think the screen's completely unplugged because it doesn't even light up now.
Why would it warn you about low unless low was something important? Low temperature. If it was saying, and it's possible because I'm not saying not saying the people who made it are smart, but if it was saying low temperature, like, what the fuck? That's useless as all. Might as well just say okay on it. Okay, no. Okay is a better message than low. At least I know with okay that it's okay. With low, I'm just like, what's low? Am I low on gas? Am I low on battery? Am I clocking my RAM low? Is my processor clocked low? Am I in low power mode? What the fuck does low mean? And honestly, it's likely your computer is still in low, whatever low is. So I'd just look at your BIOS real quick, just to double check that you're not like in low power mode or something.
Shouldn't be. This thing is a power for its age. This thing's a powerhouse.
Yeah, low isn't close. It's just like you should raise your computer to a higher verticality. Can you put it on top of a desk? Maybe it will say, 3.5 feet. Hold it over your head. It says 6 feet.
It probably just says hi.
It's not a label for you, David. It's still describing the computer.
I see what you did there. Took me a second. I check the device manager, see if that screen even shows up, because it's not even lighting up anymore, so I might have disconnected it.
My guess is it hooks up to some header on your motherboard. It could be USB. It could hook up to an internal USB header. That also could make sense. My guess is maybe. Did you change your motherboard? No.
No, when I first bought it, I took it apart and cleaned the shit out of it.
Oh, and you don't.
That's about it.
I mean, find your fucking manual for your case. Check out what that's all about, and then look for that connector on your motherboard. Boom. And then you might need some software to run it. In which case, just look up your case manufacturer, and they should have the software for your case. You can re-get it working. You'll be fine. If it is physically hooked up, then it was when you reinstalled Windows, probably.
I don't know if it is or not. I have to get back in there and tinker with it. Because there's a port on the front. You see the big one on top that's open and black, and then you got one that looks like a bracket from Tetris, a little farther down. That's a hard drive slot for 3.5 and 2.5. It works like a Nintendo cart. You just plug the hard drive right in the front there.
Oh, cool.
That was pretty neat.
SATA.
Only bad side is I gotta get the front off to reconnect the SATA cable.
Yeah. That's pretty cool though. A hot swap and a SATA port. Not even eSATA, but full on SATA.
Yep, because it has a separate power to it.
That's cool. I
It'd be
remember
really nifty if it fucking was hooked up.
back in the day, we would buy these crazy carriages for popping hard drives in and out of our computer. So, as neat as SATA's the way it is, because like those carriages, we couldn't hot swap them. We'd have to shut the computer down, pull the carriage out, and turn the computer back on. Yeah. Nowadays, you don't need any of that. We had to have we had a proprietary connector, so like the IDE cables would hook up to this this carriage receiver, and then that would do all like the pin conversions and stuff for you and everything like that, and the carriage would fit into that. And yeah, it was not easy to have hot swappable hard drives back in the day.
I really got to get that. I figure out how to get this thing apart. Look up piece.
And USB hard drives hadn't really hit off yet. USB was still really young. What's going on here? Just some strings. Nothing dangerous, it doesn't look like. Oh my god, that print looks so much nicer. Remember the last one? It was like wiggly as fuck. Alright, so I'll show it on the other camera. Look at that nice clean edge compared to, you see that? Yeah, that one. Look how wiggly that is. The head was just wobbling around like crazy. This is why I need plastic recycling equipment. If I have a failure like that, I'd love to be able to recycle it instead of throwing it out, or, you know. Because the recycling won't take it. It's not marked properly. So if it's not marked properly, I can't put it in the recycling bin. Thing is, I know what type of plastic is. I know how I could recycle it. I just need, like, a little facility, which is like 2 machines. One machine to grind the plastic up, and then one machine to melt it back down and extrude it out. That'll be one machine that does both of those. It melts and extrudes. Once I have that, no more plastic waste.
Project $10K for a grinder filament maker.
I'm looking at other options. Perfect plastic would be an amazing option, or what is it? Not perfect plastic. Some precious plastic. That's what they're called. Precious plastic. Their options. They look good, but they're a bit much. Honestly, though, if I made one of those, I'd never have to fucking worry about it again. Those machines look super solid. But that's why they're so expensive. They're just like a step beyond hobby, right? They're like, I'm at the hobby level, and those are at the, like, one step beyond hobby. They're not like industrial, but maybe like commercial? I don't know.
I can't even find this case online because I don't see anything as far as a name for the case. I don't see any numbers to go by.
Yeah, you may want to look inside, but yeah, usually they have it all over the place.
Yeah, this one's pretty bare bones as far as like
Commercial
any
sounds
naming.
right at the point that you're making money.
Yeah. And realistically, if I did do it, might be nice if I could make a little bit of money off of it, but I'm not going to be able to make money by taking plastic. No one's going to pay me money to take stuff. Other than maybe 3D printer people would be willing to give me a couple bucks to take their scrap plastic and recycle it. but nobody's gonna really pay for me to take their garbage. It's garbage. They could just throw it in the garbage and it would be free. It would be not very good for the environment, but they could. But if I guess I could make good filament, I could sell the filament.
It is. It is the Impevia X Dreamer.
Ooh.
ATX Mid Tower.
Popke says start selling truly random rainbow filament.
You could. You could sell, I mean, all kinds of stuff. Honestly, though, I could buy dye lots. Like, if I bought just a little bit of colored plastic, I could probably mix that in with what I have and make everything like black. You know what I mean? Like, black is a good color because it tends to override everything else. Add a little bit of black, and all of a sudden the red and the green disappears, and it's just all black. But yeah, I could also
Ooh,
just
yeah, it is a
not
temperature
worry about it.
LCD.
Yeah. Why would it say low? Low is a horrible thing for it to say. It should just say like nominal. Or
Probably
low
because
is...
it's not connected. It's only getting power, or was
No,
only getting
but
power.
I'm saying when it's low temperature inside your case, I wouldn't want my case to say the word low, because low implies that there's a problem.
If it's not connected.
Oh.
Like I just said, yeah. I think that's why it said low.
What? What? Why would it say low? Why wouldn't it just say not connected?
I don't know, probably because they're Chinese. No, wait. I don't know what they are.
I'm assuming it says low when it's not connected because it's not getting a signal and thinks it's freezing. Right? But even that's not a problem. Operating your computer at 0 degrees Celsius is not a problem.
Yeah.
Low seems like it's telling you there's a problem. Does it just mean the signal is low? Which they should probably just say no signal or no rather than low.
My kitchen thermometers say low if I don't have a probe in.
Well, yeah, because that it thinks it's 0. If there's no probe, there's no connection at all, which means it's fully stopped. Which most thermistors, when you disconnect them, they read 0 degrees. No temperature at all. The sensor has been completely disconnected.
Ooh.
So I'm imagining if it's 0 degrees in your computer, these things will tell you about. Interesting. I want to try now. David, once you get it fixed, we need to stick it in your freezer. Do you have like one of those chest freezers?
No,
Like a
my
deep freeze?
actual freezer that I have might just be big enough, though.
I don't know if it'll be cold enough, though. Are you talking about one on your fridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it'll be cold enough.
Trying to figure out how to get the front case off. Oh, I'm going to need needle nose. God damn it.
I want to see if we can have your computer say low while it's all technically properly connected.
Right back. I'm going to go get a pair of needle nose.
I mean, and this all makes technical sense. It's just from a user perspective, from like an interface perspective, the word low to me signifies that there's a problem. And honestly, it's not. If your computer is at extremely low temperature, that's a good thing. That's not a problem at all. Like I say, you don't want to be approaching absolute 0, but definitely being like at that freezing mark. The only problem with operating your computer at a temperature that low is condensation. And I'm imagining if it's an environment that is already that cold, condensation is not going to be a problem. Yeah, operating a computer that cold in a warm room with moist air, yeah, that's going to cause condensation, which is going to cause frost, which could cause a lot of problems. But if the thing itself is in a cold room where everywhere is just as cold or whatever, it'll be fine. long as the condensation doesn't build up on it, there's no problems with it running cold. And now I want to try it. Problem is and the reason I think a deep freeze or a chest freezer is the way to go is this thing will generate heat. Even if we put it in a freezer, when we turn it on, just in essence of it operating is going to probably, even if we're running it at like in a room that's freezing cold, it's going to be above freezing. I mean, it's enough. Just in idle, I think it's enough to keep it a few degrees above. I don't know what. We'd have to see. Whereas in a chest freezer, I think you can get one of those pretty damn cold. I think you can crank those and really get your freeze on. And you could overpower the computer's internal heat with the freezer's freezing. Not for long. Long enough for us to test this, but eventually, yeah. I mean, like, how do you freeze it? The computer's on and active. It's always going to be generating heat. The two systems will be fighting each other. But now I really want to try it.
Popke says the air around the freezer probably will get hot.
Well, yeah, I mean, the radiator's on the back. Your fridge and your freezer. That's why, like, opening the door to your refrigerator to cool your house down is kind of a stupid idea. Because all you're doing is taking hot air from in front of your refrigerator and putting it behind your refrigerator. Because all your radiator for your refrigerator is all those... If you look at the back of a refrigerator, it's all a bunch of just mesh of tubes and wires going everywhere. That's because it's a radiator. It's radiating the heat from inside. Same with all your freezers. There'll be a giant mesh on the back of that to radiate all the heat. So yeah. Don't open your refrigerator to cool your house off. There's a reason why your air conditioner has all of those coils on the outside of the building. Me, I'm Mr. Fancy Homeowner. I have central air. So there's a giant set of coils in a box that sits out behind my house. And that's the radiator for my air conditioner.
Oh, so this computer case comes from 2013.
There you go. It's almost 10 years old.
Opening the fridge would probably heat up the house more.
Yep. Because the refrigeration process is not 100% efficient. Plus, you have to think about like the heat from the compressor running and the heat from the light bulb being on from you having the door open. And the compressor will have to run more if you have the door open. Because it's basically trying to cool off inside the refrigerator, but the system in no way can compensate for the fact that you have the door open. So it's just going to be like constantly running the compressor depending on how long you've had the door open for. So yeah, not a valid way to cool off your house. Now what you could do is roll your refrigerator to your front door, stick the back end of the refrigerator out the door, and the front end of the refrigerator into the house, and just put a fan in your refrigerator. Boom! Homemade air conditioning. Really inefficient.
Into the central ag.
Will kill your refrigerator, but it'll work for a little while. Minutely. I think if you were going to tie your fridge into your AC, I assume you mean to like use your air conditioning to keep your fridge cold. There would have to be some sort of like valve switching system, because sometimes when you want your fridge to be on, you definitely don't want your AC to be on. And you want your fridge to be a lot colder than your AC. Now what you could do is just direct more of the coldness to the fridge and less to the house, but you need a way to manage how much cold was being directed where. And in a way, definitely to completely turn the house off from cold, especially here in Canada. You don't want your AC fucking... Oh, there's another problem, though, in Canada, too. Our AC just won't run in the winter. Like, it's too cold outside. The coils are... It's colder outside than the coils would be, so we don't radiate... Wait. I'm thinking the opposite way. I'm thinking about heat pumps.
He says that's when you move the heat into the house.
No, yeah. No, it would work. An air conditioner would work in the winter. An air conditioner would work better in the winter. It's a heat pump that won't work in the winter. And a heat pump's just a reverse air conditioner. I mean, that's a simplification. If you want to know more about heat pumps, go watch Technology Connections on fucking YouTube. He knows all about it.
Yeah, he's been pushing the shit out of heat pumps, and I don't blame him.
Yep.
He says technically a Mac is a heat pump.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's valved incorrectly. Most air conditioners that I've seen are valved in such a way that you cannot run them backwards. But if you reverse the valves, yes, an air conditioner is a heat pump. Or if you had bivalves, which you could tell to run either direction. I guess your compressor needs to be able to run either direction.
It's a pump that moves heat. It's a heat pump.
Yeah. But if we want to use, like, let's say, for an air conditioner, in order to reverse it, we'd either need to move the coils into the house and move the fan part outside of the house to use it as a heat pump, or reverse the system. And easier than removing, like, the 5-foot square box in my backyard and putting it in my living room, we would just, yeah, we'd have to reverse the system. Technically, yes, it does take heat from my house and pump it outside, but generally for heat pump usage, we want to take the heat from outside and pump it into the house. So yeah, it's a heat pump, but if we want to effectively use it to heat our house, we have to reverse the system. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a real technical, syntaxy sort of caveat. Yes, it's a heat pump, but it's not a functional heat pump. But, I mean, like, it functions as a heat pump, but not in any useful way. So is it a heat pump? Yes, but not really. Yes, but you can't use it as one. You know what I mean? It's such a freaking annoying sort of like, yes, but situation. It is, but you can't use it as one. What? Do it be?
He says it's technically a heat pump, but it's not colloquially a heat pump.
Exactly. It is a heat pump, but you can't use it like a heat pump. Well, I guess you could just switch buildings. You could build a building around your external air conditioning unit and live in that in the winter. Although again, heat pumps don't work if once it reaches a certain coldness, there's no heat to take from the air anymore. So after a certain cold, heat pumps no longer do anything. Whereas the opposite does not seem to be true. It seems like an air conditioner will run regardless of how like hot it is outside. But a heat pump won't work past a certain cold level. Maybe we're just not near the threshold. There is probably a threshold at which an air conditioner can no longer put heat into the air. But that threshold is probably something far beyond what our atmosphere ever reaches and far beyond anything that human life could live in. I bet, though, if we took an air conditioner to Mercury, it wouldn't work. What's the surface temperature on Mercury?
Popke says it's also easier to move heat than cold.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're the same thing in a sense. You're moving heat away. The problem is the whole process generates heat because it's, you know, it's a machine with moving parts and a compressor. So heat is generated. So we don't really have any systems that generate cold as a byproduct, with the exception of certain aerosol cans. But that same function of that is unfortunately the exact same function that a heat pump / air conditioner works with.
Popke says that's just expanding gas.
That's how it works. That's how the whole system works in an air conditioner too. That's why we compress it. It doesn't work like a normal, like a computer liquid cooler where it just takes, you know, liquid and brings it through. Because you really can't get it colder than like room temperature with that. You have to use that property of the phase change that causes those, like, the release of the heat, you know what I mean? Like, without the phase change, it would just be like a liquid cooler in a computer and wouldn't get like anywhere below zero. It would just be, yeah, room temperature.
This is damn near impossible to fucking take apart.
Print is so close to done. Seeing some like little strands coming off of it. They're making me really nervous that we have a leak. And when this print's finished, I'm probably gonna tear.
Popke says putting a compressor on a liquid cooling setup sounds fun but more detrimental than beneficial.
Oh, did you see that fucking you were like, I like looking at old computers and stuff. It must be in random shit, I think, right? Did I post a picture of that computer? Or did I just show it on the stream? It was this wild steel computer. It looked real cool and industrial. And it has like a full on like cooling system built, like an old school cooling system. Full on like compressor and everything built into the base of it. It was so. I don't know. I think it might not be in here. I don't know if I posted it in here. Thing was huge though, but yeah, full on. It absolutely used like a compressor for its cooling system. It was cool, but like it's overkill. Cause yeah, like if you're doing that, and you have to be super careful when you're doing that because if the compressor is built into the computer, it means the computer is cold, and the air around it probably is not, which means the computer is going to collect condensation. Fuck, I don't see it. Sad. Oh, I wish I kept it somewhere where I could find it. It was a cool looking case though. It was like all like stainless steel, like brushed stainless steel. And the thing, like, it was on a guy's desk, sure. Like, it wasn't a normal desk. Like, this was like, it was on a work counter. But it went all the way to the ceiling. It's huge. And that's what I call it. Full tower. There's like 2 U's and like 5 L's in that full tower. A full tower. Is that 100% passive cooling on your processor?
No, there's a fan in that cooler.
Okay. I was looking at it like, you probably don't need the fan because from the looks of that, the case fan is close enough that if that were a passive cooler, that case fan would keep your processor probably in not bad shape. Just looking at, I mean, we're in the Discord, in the random shit channel. David's posting some pictures of his computer. Feel free to join our Discord. We play video games and hang out and talk about random stuff. Often nerdy stuff, but random stuff too. Woo woo! Look at that. That's beautiful. Oh god, that's crisp.
I think I may have broke it, but it works. Fuck it.
Look at that crisp baby.
This bitch is dusty.
Shit. Dude, you don't even know. Try running all your gear in a garage.
Take a look at this next one, Matt, on there.
Alright. Hasn't popped up yet.
Popke says I should probably dust my computer.
I should be dusting my computer like on a
I
weekly
should probably
basis.
do the same.
Ha! Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. But at least it's where the fan is, right? Like that makes. Is that where there's fan there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's why it's collecting there. Wow. Yeah. The rest of your computer looks real clean though. Like the picture above looks nice.
I cleaned the rest of it. I just had to get the front on.
Popke
Why?
says you're running that computer in the wood shop, lol.
It does look like that. Why is it like? It does look like sawdust.
I didn't get a good look at it. Although no, that's just because the gleam of the light.
Oh, okay.
That is cat hair, cigarette smoke, and just not cleaning it. My friend that I bought it off of, quote, cleaned it, but
That's actually one thing that cat hair doesn't get into is my computers. And that's because I don't run my computers in the house. I run them out here, they get the smoke, they get the dust, they get like grease from the garage. That's a problem, but at least they don't get cat hair. Because I've got some fuzzy ass cats who will not keep their hair under control. One of my cats I was fucking worried about. Just like, I have not seen this cat in like 5 days. And I like told my wife, like, dude, I have not seen your cat since before you left. And she's just like, it's probably fine. You know how she is. Because she was a stray and she hides. Like, I don't even know what she's hiding from because she's good with me. She's good with my wife. Like, she's like sucky with the two of us. Avoids hides regardless of anything else, you know. So I don't know. I just hadn't seen this cat in like 5 days, and then all of a sudden it appeared out of nowhere. I was like, all right, you're good, good. And like lovey as fuck too when it appeared. Like it didn't appear and it was like, oh, there it is, and it was all aloof or anything. No. They like I sat down, all of a sudden this cat appears on me and is just like rubbing on me and like jumping on me and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, just like, wait, where have you been for 5 days? And they're not. It's not like they're outdoor. They don't go out. This cat has been in my house somewhere for 5 days and managed to completely evade me. I have a small house. Y'all thinking, oh, Matt, rich guy out there. He's got a... No. We struggled and managed to buy like a tiny little house. It's not a big house. Not at all. My central air is probably the best thing about this house. This fucking cat, I don't know where it's been.
Ah, damn, I'm just in shock and awe about that.
The
Well,
dust?
I guess time to get to work.
Yeah, dust it out. Get the vacuum out.
Vacuum at 4 in the morning. Well, probably not a horrible idea. I mean, my mom's fixing to get up and get ready for work, so
Yeah.
I'd have to wait another half hour.
Do it now. It's the best way to wake up your mom. Be like, I wanted to make sure you got up for work. Meh.
Actually, the vacuum would go.
Run into her room with it running, being like, good morning, Mom! I have to do some vacuuming!
Our old vacuum. Hear a lot of use. I feel like I should have gloves for this, but fuck it.
I bought a little like handheld vacuum, but a high powered handheld vacuum, not like dust devils. Those things never picked up anything. But like to try and help with the fucking like dust and just grime that collects up on my fucking computers out here. And it is helping a lot, but I'm definitely fighting a losing battle. At some point I'm gonna have to, pull these computers out and like give them a super clean.
Here makes my microphone's being
Papa
rude.
says just hose them off.
Yeah.
I see a lot of videos online that's as long as you can actually.
Okay. Don't please do not water wash your components. When we do it, it's very specific, and usually it's done before quite a few parts are put on the board. If you have any mechanical parts on the board, those cannot go in water. Certain other things are moisture sensitive, and if there are no moisture sensitive parts on the board, people like Apple will put moisture sensors on there anyway. So like, don't bother. Use alcohol. It's easy. Yes.
Yeah, I got alcohol wipe.
Can you wash electronics with water? Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason that that's not possible. When you know, number one, that none of your capacitors have any charge in them, that there's no batteries hidden anywhere in the assembly, and that if there are any, that they've been removed completely, and that everything is discharged.
Batteries for
He
this.
says you need to make sure it's completely out of power and completely dry after.
Yeah.
You're not doing that though.
Yeah. It's nuts. And there are certain things, like if you're dealing with some older equipment and some newer stuff, like water and certain connectors just don't get along. Or, sometimes there's cardboard components to certain things. You'd have to make sure all that got removed before you water washed it. Basically, anything liquid sensitive would need to be removed beforehand.
Because there are liquid sensitive parts. Electronics themselves aren't inherently liquid sensitive, but if it's a cell phone, there's all kinds of sensors and shit on that phone that probably shouldn't be exposed to water. Especially the cameras. Do not get water in your
They
lenses.
should build phones that aren't sensitive.
So, should you wash your
Build another fucking
electronics?
pun for that.
No. Use alcohol. Rub clean where you need to rub clean. Otherwise, blow it off with air. That's good enough.
I heard capacitors can hold charges for years.
Yeah, you have to discharge them. You have to discharge them. Which means you have to go through every single capacitor on the board and bridge its connectors. And you want to make sure you're not doing that with other volatile components around. Because you're causing sparks. Just use some alcohol. There you go. Done. You could use distilled water. Still not safe though, because let's be real. If you're rubbing distilled water on the board, you're picking up like contaminants off the board.
That will cause it to be conductive.
And yeah, exactly. It may no longer be non-conductive depending on what you've picked up as far as contaminants go. So yeah, I mean, it's realistically just use what's wrong with alcohol? Also, alcohol is amazing because the drying process is so much easier. You don't need to like wait a really long time or like.
But it evaporates easier.
Yeah.
A lot easier.
And I mean, if you're not, like I said, rub the alcohol on. Don't douse it in alcohol. Just rub it where you need it. Spray the thing off with air, and then rub alcohol where you need it. And then there's probably not enough alcohol on the board that lasts long enough to make any kind of electrical connection anyways. Because by the time you're halfway through rubbing, the stuff that you first poured on is coming off, you know? So much safer. There are definitely things you can do that are non-conductive and all kinds of, but why risk it? Air and then rub the spots you think you want to rub. That's why it's called rubbing alcohol, right? I don't actually think that's why it's called rubbing alcohol. It might be, but I don't think so. Why is it called rubbing alcohol? Why is ISO called rubbing alcohol?
Because alcoholic beverages?
You cannot drink ISO. That shit's got so much denatured fucking chemicals in it that it'll blind you fast. I want to know.
Popke says guessing rubbing alcohol has something to do with health.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, because that's what drugstores call it. But why is it called rubbing alcohol?
Popke says rub it on wounds or something.
Yeah, probably. It says you can find it in drugstores by the name of rubbing alcohol, but it doesn't say why it's in drugstores. Tell me the reason. It's possible it could be for polishing, because they say for polishing metal and leather boots. So that's maybe why it's called that. Rubbing alcohol. Wikipedia, tell me. What is the etymology of the name rubbing alcohol?
Popke says because it was used for massages.
Maybe.
a liniment for a massage.
Popke says history. The term rubbing alcohol came into prominence in North America.
Well, I'm
in the
reading that
MRT
right now. You don't have to
1920s.
copy
The
paste it.
original rubbing
I
alcohol
mentioned I was
then
going to the
used
wiki
as a liniment
article.
for massage, hence the name.
Yeah,
Oof, this thing is rough.
interesting. What is a liniment? Wait a minute. Okay.
So my USB wire has the blue header for USB 3, but then it has a break-off header for, I guess, regular USB? But it only goes to one port.
Check your manual. Maybe you have Thunderbolt.
For full-size USB-A?
Sorry, it's a cable or what?
So I've got a USB 3 that goes to the front of the case off the motherboard,
Mm-hmm.
and it's only one port that the wire goes to,
Okay.
but it's got a break-off at the motherboard level that says USB on it as well.
And it's going to the same place?
No, I don't really know
If it's going to another USB control, like you
the motherboard.
might have
It goes
lots
to, I
of
guess, a USB 2 header.
yeah, you got lots of USB headers on your motherboard, so should be at one of those per each port, you know?
Yeah.
Liniment. Liniment. Am I saying it right? Where's the thing? Say the word liniment, Wikipedia. I guess Wikipedia doesn't have that. Google, say this word for me.
Popke says liniment.
Oh yeah, I wrote a bot that should probably pronounce it correctly, don't I? Didn't I? Didn't I, Pumpkin?
Liniment.
Yeah, it's liniment. We were all right. I'm right. You're right. The bot's right.
Liniment.
Everyone's right.
I laughed, she laughed, the toaster laughed, shot the toaster. Good time.
Did you say the toaster's been laughing at me again?
It was a Transformers joke.
Which is funny because it sounds like a stolen Simpsons joke. Marge,
it might
Marge,
be from Simpsons. I just know I read it physically.
Marge, Marge. The doll's trying to kill me and the toaster's been laughing at me. Dude, one of the funniest Simpsons lines. Like, fuck, Simpsons used to be funny. The doll was trying to kill him. The toaster was just him being crazy. There's literally no reference to the toaster up until that point where he's like, Marge, Marge, the doll's trying to kill me, and you're like, yep, okay, this is normal. And then yeah, boom, punchline. And the toaster's been laughing at me. Fuck, Simpsons used to be good. How cold is this? You know what? Still a little warm. We'll wait a minute. We'll wait a minute. There's a couple strands around.
And there is no probe for the temperature. So my electrical taped it.
Oh.
Right?
Looks good. I don't see any leaks.
Because this is an app.
I don't see.
Build computers, and like I know way more than what the fuck is going on.
The part cooling fan is hanging. Just hanging down here. It's not even really, or the duct, I should say. It's not even really lined up. I guess some of the cold air is coming out of there, but oh man. I need to print a new one. You can see I cut it off and I taped it up, but it is crumbling to pieces. Literally crumbling. I'm gonna print one out of nylon, I think. Also dirty. Maybe that should be the next print. Is a new part cooling duct. That one is in rough shape.
Thanos says pretty mad.
So that's too warm for now. Oh yeah, I know why I had to cut it though. That's not great. Alright, I'll have to leave this off because if I'm going to retape this, this can't be on. It's in the way. But no leaks though. That whole print, everything's still solid. Nothing moved. Nothing leaked. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. We are in good shape. I'm going to let that bed cool off a little bit more, and then we can pull that part off. So this cooling, or this heater block, is in a really kind of dumb position. And it's too close, which is weird because it's not coming out the back, is it? Oh, it is. Interesting. Okay. Uh-huh. So, in order to fix this, I need the heater block to be 180 degrees rotated. Yuck. Well, I'm getting new heater blocks tomorrow, so because this heater block is a mirror image of my normal heater block, it's bulging out the back. And because it's bulging out the back, it's getting in the way of the part cooling fan duct. Now, I cut down my duct, and that's good enough for now. But yeah, I wouldn't want to leave it in this configuration. I'd rather have my fan duct be proper and my heat block be proper. But considering we ripped apart our heat block yesterday, this is what we get. When I replace the heat block tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, I'll make sure that a normal shape and size of fucking fan duct will fit. And I'll print one up. Because the one we got on there is done. But it worked well enough for this print, so. And I'm wondering if we should maybe try and sneak a couple more in. There's a couple parts that we could maybe... Plus the Z. I'm really considering reprinting the Z motor mounts. Because they're not good. But I'm resistant to doing it because they're good enough. Here, let's see if I can show you. Z motor mounts, where are you? Right here they are. So. Ooh.
Wind Force by Gigabit or Gigabyte.
are our Zen motor mounts.
Not a bad graphics card. It's not great.
And as you can see, they're like 98, 99% completed. Just those top layers aren't done, but otherwise looks good. I mean, it's functional. Just that little bit. They printed like this. Cool. So they printed like that on the bed. And yeah, just that little bit at the top didn't finish. So the parts are fine. Like, there's a little bit of structural integrity that was lost by not printing those top layers. I'm torn. I'm like, do I reprint these? Do I not reprint these? Also, I think I figured out the problem with this rainbow filament. Just for far too much of the rainbow spectrum, it looks gray. It doesn't look like the colors get muddy. The yellow, the red, that looks nice. The pink and the red there, those, or the pink and the yellow, looks good. But then it just turns into this muddy gray and stays muddy gray for a really long time before looking sort of blue and then going back into the colors again.
Foxy says the rainbow seems like it's for big prints, not small ones.
Yeah, I mean, even with a big print, it would look stupid. I mean, not only, okay, so it would need to be a large enough print, and it would need to be consistently using the same amount of plastic on every layer. And then you'd get a neat rainbow effect. If for any reason, like, you'll notice this one, the whole top half of it is gray. And the reason the top half of it is gray is because there's less material being used for the top half, right? Like, so there's more gray to go around. So you end up with this giant gray area.
And same issue that you get 1 to 2 colors per print.
Yeah. My plan was, because originally we were going to do Slinkies with these, like Slinky or Springos, the off-brand version of Slinkies. And my fix was, I was just going to print 6 Slinkies at the same time. And that would have been, like, made it so the rainbow properly kind of distributed throughout the Slinkies. Because the Slinkies use the same amount of filament for every layer, so that's fine. That part's covered. But I needed to make them bigger. And I couldn't just make them taller, because that doesn't work. I can't just make them wider, because then they become unwieldy. So in order to do it, I was just going to put like 6 of them at once. The thing is that print job ended up being like a week long. And I didn't want to run my printer for a week solid. I coulda. I just didn't wanna. But I'll figure out what else I want to print in the future. We'll be printing, I'll be reprinting some parts. We have more parts that we need to print.
Says printing a Slinky sounds hard.
It's printing it isn't hard at all. Printing it's easy. Cracking it is annoying. Cracking a Slinky is just but I mean it's not too bad. Especially if you can get a good groove and like you just slide on through it. Cause yeah, when you print it, it comes off the bed as pretty much a cylinder. And you have to crack. Literally like crack it. And break the connection between all of the different layers. Not the print layers, the layers of the spring. The different coils, each individual coil around needs to be separated from the one below it. So yeah, they're as long as you have a printer with good tolerances, slinkies aren't hard to print. You can make your life easier by using lower layer level like lines. Like the smaller your layer, the easier it is to define a gap between the layers. So I find using low layer heights works well. The problem with low layer heights is you're even further increasing the length of your print. So your print's going to take a lot longer if you have lower layer heights. So yeah, like a week-long print is I'm sorry, but I will just be like, at that point, like, that's probably not a good idea unless it's for something very special. But yeah, I've printed lots and lots of slinkies. They're fun and they're impressive to show off to people. You're just like, yeah, I 3D printed this. And they're just like, how? And it's exactly what you would think. You literally just you print a cylinder with basically a coil going up it, where there's a very small layer break, because you need the plastic to sit on itself but not adhere to itself where you want it to break apart. So you want a gap there, but you want that gap to be so small that it's barely perceptible, but big enough that it's weak enough that you can like split it. But yeah, that's honestly just it's G code, and you let it run, and it does it, and then you have a slinky. Yeah, the hardest part is just making sure you don't break it while you're trying to break it. I don't know that I have any of the slinkies I made around to show off right now. And it takes a long time to print a slinky because, like I say, I print them at low layer height so I can get them like super thin gaps.
He says maybe
But
I
yeah.
will look into trying that tomorrow.
Yeah, if you want any tips or whatever, like you say, it's tough. And you have to have really good tolerances on your printer. But if you have your printer figured out, you can do it. I'll say I failed a couple times and just printed straight up cylinders. They were completely fused. That wasn't slinkies per se though. I was trying to print some like thicker springs. And yeah, I got my tolerances wrong, and I just made a cylinder. It's just a solid cylinder. It happens. I guess I should say tube. It's a hollow cylinder. It's a tube. But that's it. Those are my 3 motor mounts. X, Y. Oh no.
He says I'll probably have to adjust the tolerances. They're not great.
There should be one more motor mount. Oh, I know what motor mount it is. It's the X mount, and I'm not replacing that one. So that's all of the motor mounts we're printing. The X motor mount is on the X axis of the printer. In fact, you can see it. If you look at the corner, it's right behind here. This is the X motor mount that we're going to be using. It's literally right behind the X motor mount of the other printer. These are both X motor mounts. This is the big X motor mount. This is the smaller X motor mount. The smaller X motor mount is going to be stolen and used for the super printer. So, on screen now are all of the motor mounts. X is in the lower picture, and Y and Z are in the upper picture. Z gets 2 motor mounts because I'm an elitist, and I feel like if you're going to have a threaded rod on one side of your 3D printer, in order to stop binding from happening, you should have a threaded rod on the other side of your 3D printer. Creality. So, you know, that's just my own personal feeling on it. So our super printer is going to have 2 Z motors. Again, we're stealing those from another printer. The one in the lower left, but not the one we printed on, the one beside it. That we're ripping it apart. We need to do one more print on that printer before I rip it apart. At least one more print. We'll figure something out. We'll maybe print it a memorial. Its own memorial. That's what we'll do. We'll design a memorial, and we'll have that 3D printer just print its own memorial. It was a good printer. I'll miss it.
Popke says that's morbid.
It's a happy memorial. It's not that the printer is dying exactly. It's that it's getting half of Theseus in.
Popke says going to give it a shovel too.
Yeah. It's the 3D printer of Theseus. Is it the same 3D printer? Sort of, but it's not. How many parts of the 3D printer do we have to steal in order for it to be the same 3D printer? At what point does it become a new 3D printer? And then if we take all of the parts of the old 3D printer and make them into another 3D printer, are they the same 3D printer? If you're wondering what I'm on about, just look up the Ship of Theseus. Anyway, I'm going to take off. Thanks you guys for hanging out and watching. Shout out to the subs, patrons, everybody else. Thank you so much. I will see y'all later. Bye. Why can't you replace a keel?